Some secrets don't stay buried. They wait quietly, gathering weight with the years. Tonight, you step into the storm-shadowed world of Dolores Claiborne, Stephen King's haunting 1992 novel, born in part from his fascination with hidden truths, resilience, and the voices history often ignores. The book went on to reach millions of readers worldwide, adding another unforgettable chapter to the legacy of the author behind The Shining, It, and Misery. Its story later found new life in the acclaimed 1995 film adaptation. This is a third-person retelling, not a word-for-word reading. And while the visuals in this video are created using today's technology, they may not always perfectly match every scene from the story, but they are designed to help you visualize the world and atmosphere as you listen. As you follow Dolores through memory, accusation, and long-buried pain, you'll also discover fascinating facts, adaptation trivia, and behind-the-scenes details along the way. The story begins. The northwestern corner of Maine holds a crescent-shaped town called Sharbot, curving around the deep, dark waters of Dark Score Lake. Locals sometimes joke it's bottomless, though that claim usually follows a few beers, and in Sharbot, half a dozen counts as a few. Draw a line southeast from that point across the map, past the larger dot of Bangor, and you'll eventually reach a tiny green speck adrift in the Atlantic 16 miles off Bar Harbor. That's Little Tall Island, population 204 in 1990, down from a peak of 527 in 1960. The two communities, 140 miles apart, bracket the state like a pair of bookends. They share nothing in common. Few in either place have ever heard of the other. Yet in the summer of 1963, the last before an assassin's bullet would reshape America, they were linked by a celestial event, the last total eclipse visible in northern New England until 2016. Both Sharbot and Little Tall lay in the path of totality. Despite clouds that blocked the view for many towns along the route, both enjoyed perfect conditions. In Sharbot, the eclipse began at 4:29 p.m. on Little Tall. At 4:34, totality raced across the state, lasting nearly 3 minutes. Darkness fell in Sharbot from 5:39 to 5:41 on Little Tall, from 5:42 to just before 5:43, 59 seconds in all. As that strange darkness rolled over the land, daytime stars emerged. Birds settled to roost, bats circled aimlessly, and cows lay down in the fields and slept. The sun became a blazing ring of fire, and the world beneath that unnatural blackness fell suspended and hushed as crickets began to sing. At that moment, two people who would never meet sensed each other and turned toward one another like flowers following the heat of the sun. One was a girl named Jessie Mahout in Sharbot. The other, a mother of 3 named Dolores St. George on Little Tall Island. Both heard owls hooting in the daylight. Both lay in deep valleys of terror, nightmares they believed they would never speak of. Both felt the darkness entirely fitting and thanked God for it. Jessie Mahout would eventually marry Gerald Burlingame. Her story is told elsewhere. Dolores St. George would reclaim her birth name, Dolores Claiborne, and she tells her story now. Both are tales of women caught in the eclipse's path, and how they emerged from the darkness. Dolores Claiborne sat in a small room, addressing the men before her police chief Andy Bissett and Officer Frank Proulx, along with a stenographer named Nancy Bannister. She dismissed their formal reading of her rights with impatient scorn, insisting she understood perfectly well. She had no patience for Andy's questions or Frank's smirk, and she made it clear she could read them as easily as a catalog advertisement. She had come to them on her own, she declared, to make one thing unmistakably clear: she did not kill Vera Donovan. She had not pushed the old woman down the stairs, and she meant to prove it. If they wanted to charge her for something else, that was their business, but Vera Donovan's blood was not on her hands. She assured Andy he would believe her by the time she was finished, recalling him as a fair-minded boy who had grown into a decent man. Her attention turned to Nancy, the stenographer with the tape recorder. Dolores recognized the equipment and its purpose immediately. She was no fool, and she watched enough courtroom dramas to know the drill. She confirmed the woman's name and hometown, then announced she would be telling them a great deal, much of which could indeed be used against her. Most of the island already knew her story anyway, she added with weary resignation. She let them know that she was 66 years old and fully in command of her senses. She intended to speak clearly and wanted every word recorded. Then she made her opening confession 29 years ago. When Andy Bissett was in first grade and still eating paste, she had killed her husband, Joe St. George. She noted the surprise on their faces, but pointed out that everyone on Little Tall already knew it, they just couldn't prove it. She wouldn't be sitting here admitting it now if Vera Donovan hadn't stirred up trouble from beyond the grave. She thought about the recording, and what it might mean a lifetime in the women's correctional. But she had no choice, she explained. She had always known Vera Donovan would be the death of her somehow. The old woman had tangled her gears again. That was the way of rich people, she added with bitterness. If they couldn't kick you to death, they'd kiss you to death with kindness. When Andy pressed her to get on with it, she chided him for his impatience, saying she was trying to decide whether to tell the story backward or forward. She asked for a drink, though. She rejected coffee and then settled for water, her tone turning sharp when Andy wondered how she knew about the whiskey in his desk drawer. She reminded him that murdering her husband was old news on the island. People still had plenty to talk about. She thanked Frank for his politeness and teased him about his childhood habits, then assured them she would begin. Instead of a linear account, she planned to start in the middle and work both directions. She summarized her situation after Joe died in the summer of 1963. Their children were 15, 13, and 9. He had left her with little more than a shabby house, 6 acres of worthless land, non-running vehicles, piles of unpaid bills and debts. There was no insurance money, a fact she now considered a strange blessing. She explained that an island was a terrible place to commit murder, with neighbors always prying when you least wanted them to. That was why she had chosen the moment she did. About 3 years after Vera Donovan's husband died, Vera decided to live on Little Tall year-round. Most thought she had lost her mind, but Dolores wasn't surprised, given how much time Vera was already spending there. When Vera's employee, a dull-witted man whose name Dolores couldn't quite recall, called to offer her full-time housekeeping work, it felt like an answer to her prayers. She had been desperate, a woman on her own with children to support, and she accepted without hesitation. She worked for Vera right up until the previous morning when Vera fell down the stairs on her stupid empty head. She paused to reflect on Vera's late husband, noting he had built airplanes and left her comfortably fixed, though she suspected the government hadn't gotten as much as it was owed. Michael Donovan had been sharp and sly, and Vera, despite her decline, had been just as clever in her own way. Dolores wondered if Vera had known what a mess she would leave behind by dying in such a dramatic fashion instead of quietly in bed. She had spent the day sitting on some rickety stairs by the east head, turning things over in her mind. At first, she thought Vera had been too far gone to scheme, but then she remembered how obsessive Vera could be about things like the vacuum cleaner, and began to doubt. It didn't matter now, she concluded. What mattered was that she had jumped from the frying pan into the fire, and she desperately wanted to drag herself clear before her situation burned any worse. She listed the sorry inheritance Joe had left her: a ramshackle house by the east head on 6 acres of land, overrun with blackberry tangles and worthless second-growth timber. There were 3 broken-down trucks, a few cords of wood, and a stack of unpaid bills to the grocery, the hardware, the oil company, and the funeral home. To top it off, less than a week after Joe was buried, some drunk named Harry Doucette showed up with an IOU claiming Joe owed him $20 from a baseball bet. He had left her all of that, she emphasized, but not a penny of insurance money. That absence might have been a strange blessing in the end, she hinted, though she'd get to that part later. What she wanted to make clear now was that Joe St. George had been less a man and more a millstone around her neck, worse than a millstone, because a millstone didn't come home reeking of beer at 1 a.m, demanding sex. That wasn't the reason she had killed him, but it served as a starting point. She remarked that an island was a terrible place to commit murder, with neighbors always prying when you least wanted them to. That was why she had chosen her moment carefully, and she'd explain that timing soon. For now, she noted that she had done it about 3 years after Vera Donovan's husband died in a car accident outside Baltimore, back when Vera's mind was still intact. With Joe gone and no income, she had been desperate. She'd been on the verge of crossing to the mainland to find work in Jonesport, perhaps as a grocery checker or waitress, when Vera made an unexpected decision to live on Little Tall year-round. Most people thought Vera had lost her mind, but Dolores wasn't surprised, given how much time Vera was already spending there. The man who worked for Vera, a simple-minded fellow, whose name she couldn't recall, though Andy would know him, the one who wore his pants so tight they advertised his manhood, called to say the missus wanted Dolores to become her full-time housekeeper. She had worked summers for the family since 1950, so the offer felt natural enough, but at the time it seemed like an answer to every prayer. She accepted on the spot, and worked for Vera right up until the previous morning, when the old woman went down the front stairs on her empty head. She paused to ask Andy what Vera's husband had done for a living. Made airplanes, he confirmed. Dolores nodded. She'd heard that, but admitted she only knew the Donovans were very well off. Vera inherited everything, though Dolores suspected the government hadn't taken as much as it might have owed. Michael Donovan had been sharp and sly, and despite Vera's decline over the last decade, she had been just as clever in her own way, right up to the end. Dolores wondered if Vera had understood the trouble she'd caused by dying so dramatically instead of quietly in bed. She'd been sitting on the rickety stairs at Easthead all day, turning the question over, along with hundreds of other thoughts. At first, she'd think Vera was too far gone to scheme. Then she'd remember how obsessive the woman could be about things like the vacuum cleaner, and she'd reconsider. It didn't matter now, she concluded. She had jumped from the frying pan into the fire, and she desperately wanted to drag herself clear before the situation burned any worse if she still could. She explained the difference between being Vera's housekeeper and her paid companion. As housekeeper, she had to endure Vera's demands 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. As companion, she had to endure them around the clock. Vera's first stroke came in the summer of 1968, while she was watching the Democratic National Convention on television. It was minor, and she jokingly blamed Hubert Humphrey for it, claiming she'd looked at his happy face one too many times. A bigger stroke followed in 1975, and Dr. Freno advised her to quit smoking and drinking. But Vera had no interest in listening to a country doctor. She boasted that she'd outlive him and drink scotch on his grave. For a while it seemed she might be right. She continued sailing along. Then, in 1981, she suffered a major stroke. The hunky, her employee, died in a car wreck on the mainland the following year. That was when Dolores moved in with her in October of 1982. She hadn't had to, she admitted. She had her Social Security, not much, but the children were gone by then, and she'd saved a little money. Living on the island was cheap, cheaper than the mainland, but by then, she and Vera had grown accustomed to each other. She described it as the way two old bats might get used to hanging upside down in the same cave, even if they weren't what anyone would call friends. Moving in wasn't a big change by the fall of 1982. She was already there all day and most nights. The pay was a little better, but not enough to buy a Cadillac. She supposed she stayed because there was no one else. Vera had a business manager in New York named Greenbush, but Greenbush wasn't going to move to Little Tall to listen to her obsess over clothespins, change her diapers, or be accused of stealing dimes from her china pig. Greenbush wrote the checks Dolores cleaned up the mess and listened to the ravings. She didn't expect a medal, she said. She'd wiped up plenty of shit in her time and listened to even more. She'd been married to Joe St. George for 16 years after all. She stayed with Vera because there was no one else. It was either her or a nursing home. Vera's children never visited, and that was something Dolores felt sorry for her about. She didn't expect them to help, but she didn't understand why they couldn't mend their old quarrel and spend the occasional weekend with their mother. Miserable as she was, Vera was their mother, and by then she was old. Dolores knew more now than she did then, but that was another story. She insisted it was true. If she was lying, she was dying, as her grandsons liked to say. They could call Greenbush and confirm it. She expected that when the news got out, there'd be a soppy article in the Bangor Daily News about how wonderful it all was, but she had news for them. It was a nightmare. No matter what happened, people would say she'd brainwashed Vera into doing what she did and then killed her. She knew it, and Andy knew it too. There was no power on earth that could stop people from thinking the worst when they wanted to. But not a word of it was true, she insisted. She hadn't forced Vera to do anything, and Vera hadn't acted out of love or even fondness. Perhaps Vera thought she owed Dolores something, in her own peculiar way, not for changing her diapers, but for being there on the nights when the wires came out of the corners, or the dust bunnies crept out from under the bed. Andy didn't understand that, she said, but he would. Before they left that room, he'd understand everything. She described Vera's 3 ways of being a bitch. 3 was plenty for a senile old woman stuck in a wheelchair or bed, she noted. The first way was when Vera couldn't help it. The compulsions and rituals, the rigid rules. There were certain things that had to be done exactly as she instructed. Forget once, and you got the rough side of her tongue. Forget twice, and you got docked. Forget 3 times, and you were out the door, no excuses accepted. That rule sat well with Dolores. She thought it was hard but fair. If you were told twice which racks to use for baking and still couldn't remember, you probably never would. 3 strikes, and you were out, no exceptions. She'd worked with many people in that house over the years because of it. Working for the Donovans was like stepping into a revolving door. She'd heard you might get 1 spin, or 2, or even a dozen, but you always ended up on the sidewalk. When she'd first gone to work for Vera in 1949, she approached it like entering a dragon's cave, but Vera wasn't as bad as people made out. If you kept your ears open, you could stay. Dolores had, and the hunky had too. You had to stay on your toes, though, because Vera was sharp. She always knew more about the island folk than any of the other summer people, and she could be mean. Even back then, before all her troubles, meanness was like a hobby with her. Dolores recalled Vera's first question to her whether she shouldn't be home minding her new baby and cooking for her husband. Vera's tone had been testing, probing for weakness. But Dolores had her reasons for taking the job, and she held her ground. She explained that Mrs. Cullum was watching her baby Selena for 4 hours a day, and that part-time work was all she could manage. Vera responded that part-time was all she needed, as her advertisement had stated, showing Dolores the edge of her sharp tongue without actually cutting her with it. Not yet, anyway. Vera was knitting that day, and Dolores recalled how quickly the woman could work, producing a whole pair of socks in a single day if the mood struck her, even starting as late as 10 in the morning. Dolores confirmed she'd seen the ad, and Vera corrected her sharply, insisting she be called Mrs. Donovan until they knew each other better. Dolores agreed, and Vera declared they were off to a good start. Then she pressed Dolores again. Why was she there, with a house of her own to keep? Dolores said she wanted to earn extra money for Christmas, and if the arrangement worked out, and if she liked the work, she might stay longer. Vera repeated the words with theatrical skepticism, questioning the idea of someone actually enjoying working for her, and then echoed, Christmas money, with exaggerated sarcasm. Vera seemed to suspect Dolores was hiding something, maybe marriage troubles, barely out of her honeymoon. Dolores refused to blush or drop her eyes, though it was a near thing. She wouldn't have admitted to anyone that she was already having trouble. Wild horses couldn't have dragged it out of her. Christmas money was good enough for Vera, no matter how sarcastic she sounded, and Dolores allowed herself to think only that household money was tight that summer. Only years later could she admit the real reason she'd faced the dragon that day. She needed to replace the money Joe was drinking away during the week and losing in Friday night poker games across the mainland. In those days, she still believed a man's love for a woman was stronger than his love for drinking, and hell-raising that love would eventually rise to the surface like cream in a bottle of milk. The world was a sorry schoolroom, she reflected, and she'd learned better over the next 10 years. Vera agreed to give them both a try, though she predicted Dolores would be pregnant again within a year, and that would be the last she'd see of her. The truth was that Dolores was already 2 months pregnant, but she kept that to herself. She wanted the $10 a week, and she got it, earning every cent. She worked hard all that summer, and when Labor Day arrived, Vera asked if she wanted to continue after the family returned to Baltimore. Someone had to keep the big place in order year-round. Dolores agreed. She kept working until a month before Joe Jr. was born, then returned even before the baby was weaned. In summers, she left him with Mrs. Cullum, since Vera wouldn't tolerate a crying baby in the house. But when Vera and her husband were gone, Dolores brought both children with her. Selena, at 2 or 3, could mostly be left alone, but she carted Joe Jr. along on her daily rounds. He took his first steps in the master bedroom, though Vera never knew it. Vera called a week after Dolores delivered, congratulated her on the son, and more importantly told her she was holding her job. It was the highest compliment a woman like Vera could pay, and it meant more to Dolores than the $25 bonus check that arrived that December. Vera was hard but fair, and she was always the boss in her house. Her husband was rarely there, even in summers when they were supposed to be living full-time, but when he was, it was still clear who was in charge. He might command hundreds of executives, but Vera ran the show on Little Tall, and when she told him to take off his shoes and stop tracking dirt, he obeyed. Vera had her rituals and was a prisoner of them, Dolores observed. If things weren't done a certain way, Vera would get headaches or stomach aches. She spent so much of her day checking up on things that Dolores often thought Vera would have had more peace of mind if she'd just kept the house herself. The rules were rigid. The tubs had to be scrubbed with spick and span, nothing else. Ironing required a special spray bottle of starch and a piece of gauze over the collar before spraying, though the gauze seemed to do nothing. The exhaust fan had to be on when frying. The 6 garbage cans had to be brought in the moment Sunnyquist finished his pickup, lined up in pairs along the garage's east wall, with the covers upside down on top. The 3 welcome mats had to be beaten weekly on a rock at the end of the backyard, and when brought back, welcome had to face the right way so visitors could read it. Put one down, upside down, and God help you. There were dozens more rules like that, Dolores recalled. In the old days, fired girls would complain at the general store that Vera was a mean, sharp-tongued old bat, crazy to boot. But Dolores reflected that if you remembered, Vera didn't give you any heat. Anyone who could keep track of soap opera romances should be able to remember to use spick and span in the tubs and put the mats down facing the right way. The sheets, though that was the thing you never wanted to get wrong, they had to be hung perfectly even, hems matching, and you had to use 6 clothespins on each one. Never 4, always 6. Drag one in the mud, and you didn't have to worry about a 3 strikes rule. You were done. The clotheslines were in the side yard under Vera's bedroom window, and Vera would stand there year in and year out, shouting down about the 6 pins, insisting she was watching and counting. And yes, Dolores confirmed, she had a dryer, a nice big one, but they were forbidden to use it for sheets unless 5 days of rain were forecast. Vera insisted that only a sheet dried outdoors was worth having on a decent person's bed. It caught the wind's sweet smell and held it, sending you off to dreams. Dolores thought Vera was right about the fresh air smell. Anyone could tell the difference between a Maytag dried sheet and one flapped by a good south wind. But on winter mornings, when the temperature was 10 degrees and the wind came damp and strong off the Atlantic, she would have gladly given up that sweet smell. Hanging sheets in deep cold was torture, an experience you never forgot once you'd done it. She described the ritual of taking the laundry basket out to the lines on a winter morning. The steam rose from the warm, wet sheets, and someone who had never done it before might think it wasn't so bad at first. But by the time the first sheet was up, its edges even and the 6 clothespins in place, the sheet had stopped steaming. It was still wet, but now it was cold, and her fingers, damp from the work, were cold too. She went on to the next sheet, and the next, and her fingers turned red, slowed down, her shoulders ached, and her mouth cramped from holding pins, while her hands kept the sheet even. The real misery lived in her fingers. They didn't go numb, which she almost wished they would. Instead, they turned red, then a pale purple like the edges of some lilies. By the time she finished, her hands were like claws. The worst part was knowing what would happen when she got back inside with the empty basket, and the heat hit her hands. They'd start to tingle, then throb deep in the joints, a feeling more like crying than throbbing. She couldn't fully describe it, but she knew Nancy understood, at least a little. There was a world of difference, though, between hanging laundry on the mainland in winter and doing it on the island, exposed to the full force of the Atlantic wind. When her fingers warmed up, it felt like a hive of bugs was nesting in them. She'd rub them with lotion, but it didn't matter how much she used. By the end of February, the skin would crack so badly that clenching a fist would make it bleed. Sometimes, even after warming up and going to bed, her hands would wake her in the middle of the night, sobbing with the memory of that pain. It came from deep inside, and she'd lie there, knowing she'd have to go back out again. Nothing could stop it. It was all part of women's work that no man knew about or wanted to know. And while she suffered through that, hands numb, fingers purple, shoulders aching, snot freezing on her upper lip, Vera would often be at her bedroom window, watching, her forehead furrowed, lips drawn down, hands working against each other, tense as if she were witnessing a complicated operation instead of sheets drying in the winter wind. She'd try to hold herself back, to keep quiet, but after a while she couldn't help herself. She'd throw up the window, lean out into the cold east wind, and howl down about the 6 pins, warning Dolores not to let the wind blow her good sheets into the corner of the yard. She'd insist she was watching and counting. By March, Dolores would be dreaming of taking the hatchet she and the hunky used for kindling until he died anyway, and hitting Vera a good lick between the eyes. Sometimes, she could actually see herself doing it. That's how mad the woman made her. But she always knew there was a part of Vera that hated yelling down that way as much as Dolores hated hearing it. That was the first way Vera had of being a bitch, not being able to help it. It was really worse for Vera than for Dolores, especially after the bad strokes. There was less laundry to hang by then, but Vera was just as obsessive about it as she'd ever been, even after most of the house was shut off and the guest beds were stripped and their sheets wrapped in plastic and put away. What made it hard for Vera was that by 1985 or so, her days of independence were over. She depended on Dolores just to get around. If Dolores wasn't there to lift her out of bed and into her wheelchair, Vera stayed in bed. She'd gained a lot of weight, from about 130 in the early 60s to 190, and it was that yellowish, blubbery fat common in some old people, hanging off her arms and legs and butt like bread dough on a stick. Dr. Fresneau said it was her kidneys, but Dolores had plenty of days when she thought Vera put on that weight just to spite her. The weight wasn't the only problem. The strokes had left Vera half blind. Her remaining eyesight came and went. Some days she could see a little out of her left eye and fairly well out of her right, but most of the time she said it was like looking through a heavy gray curtain. Dolores understood why that drove Vera crazy. The woman had always been a stickler for watching everything. A few times Vera even cried over it, and it took a lot to make a hard woman like her cry. Even after the years had beaten her to her knees, she was still hard. When Frank asked if Vera was senile, Dolores admitted she didn't know for sure. She didn't think so, and if she was, it wasn't in the ordinary way. She wasn't just saying that because a judge might use it to dismiss the will she wanted out of the mess Vera had landed her in, but she honestly believed Vera wasn't completely vacant upstairs, even at the end. A few rooms to rent maybe, but not completely vacant. The main reason she said so was that Vera still had days when she was almost as sharp as ever. Those were usually the same days when she could see a little and help Dolores sit her up, or even take a few steps from the bed to the wheelchair, instead of being hoisted like a bag of grain. Dolores would put her in the chair to change the bed, and Vera wanted to be there so she could go to her window, the one overlooking the side yard and the harbor view beyond. Vera had told her once that she'd go out of her mind for good if she had to lie in bed all day with nothing but the ceiling and walls to look at, and Dolores believed her. Vera had her confused days, when she didn't know who Dolores was or even who she herself was, drifting through time like a boat loose from its moorings. But she had good days too, though fewer of them as the little strokes Shocks the old folks called them kept happening. Her good days were often Dolores's bad ones, because she'd get up to all her old bitchery. That was the second way she had of being a bitch meanness. She could be as mean as cat dirt, even stuck in bed wearing diapers and rubber pants. The messes she made on cleaning days were a prime example. She didn't make them every week, but she made them on Thursdays too often for it to be coincidence. Thursdays were cleaning day. The Donovan house was enormous, Dolores explained. Most of it closed off now. The days of half a dozen girls in kerchiefs polishing and washing and dusting were 20 years gone. Sometimes Dolores walked through those gloomy rooms, looking at furniture swaddled in dust sheets, remembering how the place looked in the 50s with its summer parties and colored Japanese lanterns on the lawn. She'd get a funny chill. The bright colors always went out of life in the end, she observed. Everything eventually turned gray, like a dress washed too many times. For the last 4 years, the open part of the house had been the kitchen, parlor, dining room, sunroom, and 4 bedrooms. Vera's, hers, and 2 guest rooms. The guest rooms weren't heated much in winter, but they were kept nice in case Vera's children ever came. Even in recent years, she always had 2 girls from town helping on cleaning days. There'd been a lively turnover, but since 1990 it had been Shauna Wyndham and Frank's sister Susie. Dolores couldn't do it without them, but she still did a lot herself, and by the time the girls went home at 4 on Thursday afternoons, she was nearly dead on her feet. There was still the ironing, Friday's shopping list, and Vera's supper to prepare. No rest for the wicked. Before any of those tasks could be done, more often than not, she had to deal with Vera's bitchery. Most of the time, Vera was regular about her bodily functions. Dolores would slip the bedpan under her every 3 hours, and Vera would produce a little urine. On most days, there would also be a solid deposit after the noon call, but Thursdays were different. Not every Thursday, but on the ones when Vera was bright, Dolores could count on trouble, along with a backache that would keep her awake until midnight. On a Thursday morning, instead of getting half a bedpan of urine at 6, she'd get just a dribble. The same at 9. At noon, instead of urine and a clinker, there would be nothing at all. Then she knew she might be in for it. The times she absolutely knew were when she hadn't gotten a deposit from Vera Wednesday noon either. The old woman had what Dolores called a shit savings account. Some weeks she banked it to collect interest, and Dolores was the one who got all the withdrawals, whether she wanted them or not. She spent most of her Thursday afternoons running upstairs, trying to catch Vera in time. Sometimes she succeeded. Vera's ears were still sharp, regardless of her eyesight, and she knew Dolores never let the town girls vacuum the Aubusson rug in the parlor. When she heard the vacuum cleaner start up in there, she'd crank up her system, and that shit account would start paying dividends. Dolores eventually thought up a way to catch her. She'd announced to the girls that she was going to vacuum the parlor, yelling it loudly enough for Vera to hear, even if the girls were right next door. She'd turn on the vacuum, but instead of using it, she'd go to the foot of the stairs and stand poised, like a runner waiting for the starter's gun. The timing had to be perfect, after Vera had her motor running too fast to shut down, but before she'd actually let go, she got good at it. Anyone would, knowing they'd end up handling 190 pounds of old lady if they timed it wrong. It was like dealing with a hand grenade loaded with shit instead of high explosives. She'd get upstairs and find Vera in bed, face red, mouth screwed up, elbows digging into the mattress, hands balled into fists, grunting with effort. All she needed was a couple of rolls of flypaper hanging from the ceiling and a Sears catalog in her lap to look right at home. Vera would hear her come in and get as mad as a bear with a paw caught in a honey tree, demanding to know what Dolores was doing up there. It was cleaning day after all, and Vera hadn't rung for her. Dolores would tell her she thought Vera did need her, pointing out that what she was smelling wasn't Chanel No. 5. Vera would sometimes try to slap at Dolores's hands as she pulled down the sheets, glaring and pouting like a child who didn't want to go to school. But Dolores never let that stop her. She'd have the sheet down in 3 seconds, drop Vera's drawers, and yank the tapes on her diapers. Vera would stop slapping after a couple of tries because she was caught and they both knew it. Her old equipment, once started, just had to run its course. Dolores would slide the bedpan under her neatly, and when she left to really vacuum the parlor, Vera would be swearing like a dock worker, not sounding at all like a Vassar girl, because she'd lost the game. Vera hated losing. Things went on that way for a while, and Dolores started to think she'd won the war, not just a few battles. She should have known better. About a year and a half before the events she was recounting, there came a cleaning day when she was all set to run her race upstairs. She'd even started to enjoy it. It made up for all the time she'd come off second best. She figured Vera was planning a real shit tornado. All the signs were there. Vera had been having a bright week, even asking to play solitaire with a board across her chair arms, and she hadn't had a bowel movement since the weekend. When Dolores took the bedpan out from under Vera at noon and found it dry, she asked if Vera thought she could try a little harder. Vera, with her filmy blue eyes, claimed she'd tried so hard it hurt and was just constipated. Dolores said she'd have to feed her a whole box of XIII to dynamite her loose. Vera smiled, her gums showing her face like an old tree trunk with a punky knothole, and said she believed in letting nature take its course. Dolores muttered that she couldn't stand around waiting, and Vera, sweet as could be, told her to go on about her housework, and said she'd call if she felt the need. Dolores went back downstairs, got the vacuum, and took it into the parlor. She didn't start it right away. She dusted first, waiting for her instincts to tell her the time was right. When they did, she yelled to the girls that she was going to vacuum the parlor, loud enough for half the village and Vera to hear. She started the vacuum, then went to the foot of the stairs, giving it 30 or 40 seconds. She figured Vera had to be hanging on by a thread. She went up 2 stairs at a time. Nothing. Vera was just looking at her, calm and sweet, asking if she'd forgotten something. Dolores said she'd forgotten to quit the job 5 years ago, and asked Vera to just tell her straight, did she need the bedpan or not? Vera, in her most honest voice, said she didn't. Her face said she'd won. "I got you, Dolores." But Dolores wasn't done. She knew Vera was holding on to a massive deposit, and there'd be hell to pay if she got a good start before the bedpan was in place. So she went downstairs, stood by the vacuum, and waited 5 minutes, then ran up again. This time Vera was lying on her side, fast asleep, or so Dolores thought. Vera had fooled her. When Dolores went back down the second time, she really vacuumed the parlor. When she finished, and went back to check on Vera, the woman was sitting up in bed, wide awake, covers thrown back, rubber pants pushed down to her knees, diapers undone. The bed was covered in feces. She was covered in feces. It was on the rug, the wheelchair, the walls, even the curtains. It looked like she'd taken handfuls and flung it, the way kids fling mud at each other in a cow pond. Dolores was mad enough to spit. Dolores screamed at Vera, calling her a dirty bitch. She admitted she would have killed her in that moment if she'd been capable. The mess and the smell pushed her to the brink. Vera looked back with that befuddled expression she used when her mind was playing tricks, but Dolores could see the devil dancing in her eyes. Vera pretended not to recognize her, asking if she was Brenda, and if the cows had gotten out again. Dolores shouted that there hadn't been a cow within 3 miles since 1955, crossing the room with big strides. She almost slipped on a turd, and the near fall made her think she might have killed Vera if she'd gone down. She was that furious. Vera kept up the act, whimpering about not being able to see and having an upset stomach, pretending she might be sick. Dolores cut her off, confirming it was her and yelling she could just kill her. She imagined Susie and Shauna were at the foot of the stairs by then, hearing everything, and she knew Andy had probably already talked to them. She didn't need him to confirm it. His face was an open book. Vera realized the act wasn't working and gave it up, getting angry in self-defense. Dolores thought she'd scared Vera a little. She'd scared herself too, but the room looked like dinner time in hell. Vera shouted back that Dolores would kill her one day, just like she'd killed her husband. Dolores retorted that when she got ready to settle Vera's hash, she wouldn't bother making it look like an accident. She'd just shove her out the window. She grabbed Vera around the middle and hoisted her up, feeling nothing at the moment, but paying for it later in her back. She pulled Vera out of bed, like she was a pissed-off child, and Vera was a Raggedy Ann doll. Vera started trembling, and Dolores was glad to see she was scared. It helped her catch her temper. Vera screamed for her to stop, not to take her to the window, not to throw her out. Dolores dropped her into the wheelchair hard enough to rattle teeth that weren't there, and told her to look at the mess she'd made. Vera started blubbering an apology, claiming she was just trying to help, the same line she always used. But Dolores saw the mean light dancing in her eyes. She ordered Vera to sit there and shut up, warning her that if she didn't want a fast ride to the window and a faster one down to the rock garden, she'd better listen. Vera shut up but looked satisfied. She'd won this battle, making it clear the war wasn't over. Dolores spent the best part of 2 hours cleaning the room, and by the time she was done, her back was singing Ave Maria. She reflected that the mess itself didn't bother her. She'd been wiping up shit all her life, and it washed off. What made it so bad was the meanness and slyness. Vera had planned it out as far as her fogged-in brain would let her, and that weighed on Dolores's heart while she stripped the bed, carried the soiled linens to the laundry chute, scrubbed the floor, walls, and window panes, took down and replaced the curtains, made the bed, cleaned Vera up, and put a fresh nightgown on her, hoisted her back into bed, and scrubbed the wheelchair. The stuff had dried on by then. Vera didn't help, just lolled deadweight in her arms, even though Dolores knew Vera could have helped if she'd wanted to. Vera knew Dolores was suffering, and it made her happy. That night, Dolores took painkillers for her aching back, curled into a ball in bed, and cried and cried. She felt downhearted, hopeless, and old, worse than she'd felt since the business with Joe. That was the second way Vera had of being a bitch, by being mean. Frank asked if she did it again. Dolores confirmed she did, the next week and the week after. It wasn't as bad either time, partly because Vera hadn't saved up as much, but mostly because Dolores was prepared for it. She went to bed crying after the second time, feeling misery in her back, and made up her mind to quit. She didn't care what happened to Vera. She could starve in her own shitty bed for all Dolores cared. She fell asleep crying because the idea of quitting, of Vera getting the best of her, made her feel worse. But when she woke up, she felt good. Her mind had been working while she slept, and she realized how Vera was fooling her. She'd underestimated Vera again, even knowing how sly she could be. It hurt her to realize she'd have to trust one of the Thursday girls to vacuum the Audiobook. The idea of Shauna Wyndham doing it gave her the shivers. All the Wyndhams were clumsy, but Shauna was the worst, like she grew bumps just to knock things over with. But Susie was a good alternative. Susie vacuumed the Audiobook for the next year and never broke a thing. Dolores told Frank to give Susie her best and tell her she'd saved Dolores's life. The trick was the sound of the vacuum. When a vacuum sits in one spot, it makes a single sound, zoo. But when you're vacuuming a rug, it makes two sounds in waves, whoop when you push it out, and zoop when you pull it back. Vera had stopped just listening for the vacuum to start. She was listening for the whoop-zoop wave to know if Dolores was actually working. Vera wouldn't pull her trick until she heard that wave. Dolores was eager to try her new idea, but she couldn't right away because Vera went into a bad spell. For quite a while, Vera just used the bedpan or her diapers. Dolores started to worry that Vera might not come back out of it, which sounded strange, since Vera was easier to manage when confused. But when you had a good idea, you wanted to test it. And despite everything, Dolores felt something for Vera besides wanting to throttle her. After knowing Vera for over 40 years, Dolores admitted it would be strange if she felt nothing for her. Vera had once knitted her an Afghan, long before she got really bad, and Dolores still kept it on her bed. It was warm on those cold February nights when the wind blew fiercely. About a month or so after she woke up with her idea, Vera started coming around again. She'd watch Jeopardy on her little TV and scold the contestants for not knowing their history or movie trivia. She'd chatter on about her children possibly visiting before Labor Day, and of course she pestered Dolores to put her in her chair so she could watch the sheets being hung and count the pins. Then came a Thursday, when Dolores pulled the bedpan from under Vera at noon and found it dry and empty. She was pleased here, was her chance to test her theory. She went downstairs and called Susie Proulx into the parlor, telling her she wanted her to vacuum that day. Susie agreed, but wondered why Dolores was whispering. Dolores told her to keep her voice down and warned her not to break anything, calling her by her full name, Susan Emma Proulx. Susie blushed and asked how Dolores knew her middle name. Dolores dismissed the question, saying she'd lived on Little Tall for years and knew all sorts of things about people. She told Susie to be careful of her elbows around the furniture and the expensive glass. She turned on the vacuum for Susie, then stepped into the hall, cupped her hands around her mouth, and announced loudly that she was going to vacuum the parlor. Susie's face was a question mark, but Dolores waved her on. Then she tiptoed to the foot of the stairs and stood in her old position, her heart beating hard and flat in her chest and neck, like the excitement she'd felt as a child going hunting with her father. She didn't spare a thought for Susie whirling around among the antiques. She made herself wait as long as she could, about a minute and a half, then dashed upstairs. When she popped into Vera's room, Vera was there, face red, eyes squinched, fists balled, grunting with effort. Her eyes flew open when she heard the door bang. Vera squeaked at Dolores to get out, claiming she was trying to nap. Dolores said she'd go, but first she'd put the bedpan under her from the smell. A little stare was all Vera needed to solve her constipation. Vera slapped at her hands and cursed, but Dolores got the bedpan under her smoothly, and everything came out all right. They looked at each other in silent understanding. They knew each other of old. Dolores's face said she'd caught up with Vera again. Vera's said she wasn't done yet. That time, Dolores did stay ahead. There were a few more little messes, but never anything like the one with shit on the curtains. That was Vera's last hurrah. After that, her clear moments became fewer and shorter. It saved Dolores's aching back, but it made her sad too. Vera was a pain, but a familiar one. She asked for another glass of water, then reflected on the third way. Vera was a bitch. She was a sad old lady with nothing to do but die in an upstairs bedroom on an island far from her life, losing her mind while part of her knew it was happening. Dolores hadn't understood why Vera had thrown over her whole life for the island, at least not until yesterday. But she understood the fear. Vera had a horrible, scary strength, like a dying queen who wouldn't let go of her crown until God pried it loose finger by finger. The worst fits came during her transitions, when she was between bright periods and fogged-in times. That was when she had her hallucinations, or what Dolores thought were hallucinations. She was no longer so sure. The screams often came on Sunday afternoons or in the middle of the night, when the house was quiet and quiet. They were like a bucket of ice water. Her heart would stop every time, and she'd think Vera was dying. The things Vera was afraid of never made sense. Dolores understood what she was scared of, but never why. Sometimes Vera screamed about wires coming out of the baseboard in the corner, crawling toward her bed. Dolores would run downstairs for a butcher knife, come back, kneel, and pretend to chop them off, bringing the blade down gently on the floor. Then she'd wipe Vera's tears, kiss her, and tell her they were gone. Vera would look though she couldn't really see, cry some more, hug her, and thank her. Sometimes she'd call Dolores by other names, Brenda, the Baltimore housekeeper, or Clarice, her sister who had died. Other times, Vera would scream about a snake in her pillow, or huddle under blankets, certain the windows were magnifying the sun and would burn her alive, even on rainy or foggy days. Dolores would pull down the shades and hold her until she stopped crying, sometimes longer, feeling her tremble like a mistreated puppy. Vera would ask over and over if her skin had blistered, and Dolores would reassure her. Sometimes Vera would fall asleep. Other times she'd slip into a stupor, muttering to people who weren't there. Sometimes, in French, real Parisian French, not the island dialect. Vera and her husband had loved Paris and visited often. Dolores loved listening to Vera talk about it when she was feeling perky. Vera had a way with words that made the cafes, nightclubs, galleries, and boats on the Seine come alive. But the worst thing, what Vera was most afraid of, were the dust bunnies, those little balls of dust that collect under beds and in corners, looking like milkweed pods. Dolores knew it was them even when Vera couldn't say it. She could usually calm her down, but she never understood why Vera was so terrified of those ghost turds. She once got an idea, in a dream, but she didn't explain it. The Dust Bunny episodes didn't happen as often as the ones about the sun or the wires, but when they did, Dolores knew she was in for a bad time. Even if she was fast asleep in her room with the door closed, and Vera started screaming, she'd know it was dust bunnies. Dolores assured Nancy that she didn't need to move the recorder closer. She could speak up if needed. Normally she was loud enough to make Joe wish he had cotton for his ears, but the dust bunny business still gave her the creeps. Even with Vera dead, she used to scold Vera for such foolishness, but it wasn't foolishness to Vera. Dolores had often thought Vera would scare herself to death over those dust bunnies, and that wasn't far from the truth, now that she thought about it. When Vera got upset about the other things, the snake, the sun, the wires, she'd scream, but when it was dust bunnies, she'd shriek, wordless and prolonged, sending ice into your heart. Dolores would run in and find Vera yanking her hair or clawing at her face, looking like a witch, her eyes huge and staring into a corner. Sometimes Vera could say the words, dust bunnies. Other times, she could only cry and gag, covering her eyes, and then uncovering them again, unable to bear looking, but unable to look away. She'd claw at her face with her nails, which Dolores kept as short as possible, but she still drew blood often. Dolores wondered how Vera's heart could withstand such terror, old and fat as she was. Once Vera fell out of bed, one leg twisted under her, and Dolores called Dr. Freno in the middle of the night, the only time in all her years of caring for Vera that she did so. Freno came over from Jonesport in a speedboat. Dolores thought Vera's leg was broken, but the doctor said it was only sprained. The next day, Vera slipped into a bright period and didn't remember anything. When Dolores asked her about the dust bunnies, Vera looked at her as if she were crazy. After it happened a few times, Dolores knew what to do. She kept a broom with a dustpan on the handle propped in the hall. When she heard Vera shrieking, she'd run in waving the broom, shouting that she'd get them. She'd sweep the corner Vera was staring into, then the other for good measure. Sometimes Vera calmed down more often. She'd yell that there were more under the bed, and Dolores would get down on her hands and knees and pretend to sweep there too. Once Vera almost fell out of bed on top of her, trying to lean over and look herself. After sweeping every place, Dolores would show Vera the empty dustpan and tell her she'd gotten every one. Vera would look into the dustpan, then up at her, trembling and tear-drowned, and whisper that they were so gray and nasty. Please, take them away. Dolores would put the broom back outside her door, and go in to soothe Vera and herself. Waking up in that big old house with the wind screaming outside and an old woman screaming inside was terrifying. Her heart would race, and she could barely breathe, but she couldn't let Vera see, or Vera would doubt her. Most times after those episodes, Dolores would brush Vera's hair. It calmed her the quickest. Vera would moan and cry, sometimes hugging Dolores and pressing her hot face against her belly, wetting her nightie with tears. Dolores thought about how hard it must be to be that old and have devils after you that you couldn't explain even to yourself. Sometimes half an hour of brushing wasn't enough. Vera would keep looking past her into the corner, flinching and whimpering, or flapping her hand toward the dark under the bed and snatching it back. Once or twice Dolores thought she saw something moving under there too, though it was just the shadow of Vera's own hand, but it showed the state Vera got her in. When nothing else worked, Dolores would get into bed with her. Vera's arms would creep around her, and she'd lay her head on Dolores's bosom, and Dolores would hold her until she drifted off. Sometimes Dolores fell asleep with her. It was on one of those nights that Dolores dreamed about the dust bunnies. In the dream, she was Vera stuck in that hospital bed, fat and burning with a urinary infection. She looked in the corner and saw a head made of dust with rolled-up eyes and long, snaggly teeth. It started moving toward her, and when it rolled around, she saw Michael Donovan's face. The second time, it was Joe St. George's face with a mean grin and snapping teeth. The third time, it was a hungry stranger. She woke with a violent jerk, trembling and covered in sweat. For a second she could still see the dust head lying beside the bed. She wondered if Vera had somehow sent her that dream, if she'd glimpsed what Vera saw. That dream scared the bejesus out of her. That screaming on Sunday afternoons and in the middle of the night was the third way Vera had of being a bitch. It was sad at the bottom, though. Even if it made Dolores want to spin her head around, she imagined that when Susie and Shauna heard her yelling about killing Vera, or heard them shouting mean things at each other, they must have thought Dolores would dance on Vera's grave. Andy's face confirmed what she already knew. People were talking. They always talked. And now she was at Joe. She'd been dreading this part. She'd already confessed to killing him, but the hard part, how, why, and when, was still ahead. She'd been thinking about Joe all day, trying to remember why she'd married him. At first she couldn't, and she panicked like Vera with her snake in the pillow delusion. Then she realized she'd been looking for love, and there'd been precious little of that even back in 1945, when she was 18 and he was 19. The only thing that came to her while sitting on the steps in the cold was that he had a nice forehead. She remembered sitting near him in study hall during World War II, noticing how smooth his forehead was, without a single pimple. She wanted to touch it, to see if it was as smooth as it looked. When he asked her to the junior-senior prom, she said yes, and got her chance. It was smooth, with his hair going back in nice waves. She stroked his hair and forehead in the dark while the band played Moonlight Cocktail. That was the memory that came back to her, a little something. Of course, she'd found herself touching more than his forehead before many more weeks passed, and that was where her mistake began. She wanted to be clear about something from the start. She wasn't claiming to have married Joe St. George because of that smooth forehead she'd admired in study hall, with the afternoon light catching it just so. That was all the romance she could summon now, and the poverty of that memory stung. Sitting on those crumbling stairs at East Head, picking through the wreckage of her past, had been brutal work. For the first time, she allowed herself to see that she might have settled for far less than she deserved, maybe because she'd believed cheap was all someone like her could hope for, and for the first time, she dared to think she might have deserved more love than Joe St. George was capable of giving anyone but himself. Hard as she talked, love was the one thing she truly believed in. But love hadn't driven her to marry him. She was 6 weeks pregnant when she'd said yes, and that practical calculation was the smartest part of the whole mess. The rest was a heap of foolish reasons, the kind she'd learned over the years always make foolish marriages. She'd been worn out by fighting with her mother, tired of being scolded by her father, eager to join her friends in their new homes, and shed the feeling of being a silly girl. She believed him when he said he wanted her, believed him when he said he loved her, and when he asked if she felt the same, politeness seemed to demand she say yes. Beneath it all was fear. Fear of what would happen if she refused, where she'd go, who would care for her baby while she figured things out. She knew a dozen women from her school days who'd married for the same reasons most were still married, many just hanging on, waiting to bury their husbands and finally shake the beer farts out of the sheets for good. By 1952, she'd forgotten his forehead entirely. By 1956, she had little use for the rest of him. By the time Kennedy took office, she'd started to hate him. But she never thought of killing him until later. She convinced herself to stay because the kids needed a father. She swore it was the truth, and swore something else too. If given a second chance, she'd kill him again, even if it meant eternal damnation. Everyone on the island knew she'd killed him, and most thought they understood why, because of his hands. But that wasn't what had pushed her over the edge. The simple truth, despite what anyone might have assumed, was that he hadn't laid a finger on her in the last 3 years of their marriage. She'd put a stop to that in late 1960 or early 61. Before then, though, he'd hit her plenty. She couldn't deny it, and she'd taken it, couldn't deny that either. The first time was the second night of their honeymoon in Boston, at the Parker house. They'd been country mice, afraid to get lost, and Joe had refused to spend her parents' wedding gift on a taxi. They'd had dinner, and by the time they walked back to their room, Joe was listing badly from the beers he'd drunk all afternoon. In the room, he stared at her until she asked if he saw something green. He said he'd seen a man looking up her dress, his eyes practically on springs, and she'd known it, hadn't she? She almost said she wouldn't have noticed if Gary Cooper was in the corner with Rita Hayworth, but arguing with a drunk Joe was pointless. She'd gone into the marriage with her eyes open. When she joked that he should have told the man to shut his eyes, Joe didn't take it as a joke. He had almost no sense of humor, something she hadn't realized until too late. He grabbed her, bent her over his knee, and paddled her with his shoe, warning her that no one would ever know what color underwear she wore except him. She thought it was love play at first, jealousy meant to flatter her. But it wasn't love, it was possessiveness. The way a dog growls over a bone. She put up with it, telling herself that a man hitting his wife was just another unpleasant part of marriage, like cleaning toilets. Her own father had used his hands on her mother from time to time, and she'd grown up believing that was normal, just something to endure. She loved her father dearly, and her parents loved each other, but he could be rough when the mood struck him. She recalled a memory from when she was 9. Her father came in from haying, exhausted and burned red, his eyeballs his only clothing. Her mother hadn't fixed his supper, and when he found only flowers on the table, he asked where his meal was. Before her mother could answer, he put his hand over her face and pushed her into the corner. Young Dolores watched from the kitchen entry, frozen. Her father walked toward her, head lowered, looking so tired it reminded her of a man coming home with his dinner bucket. She couldn't move, but he didn't push her. He just set her aside and went out to sit on the chopping block. The chickens scattered but eventually returned to peck at his shoes. She expected him to kick them, but he never did. Later, she found her mother in the corner, a dish towel over her face, arms crossed over her bosom, crying. Dolores hugged her, and her mother hugged back. She told Dolores to ask her father if he wanted lemonade or beer. There were only 2 bottles, so if he wanted more, he'd have to go to the store. He chose lemonade. Her mother fixed supper, her face still swollen but humming a tune, and that night, the bed springs bounced like always. Nothing more was said. That was home correction, part of a man's job, and young Dolores assumed her mother must have deserved it. She witnessed a few other corrections over the years once her father struck her mother's legs with wet sailcloth, leaving red marks that lasted all afternoon. No one called it home correction anymore, and good riddance. But she'd grown up believing it was a man's job to herd women and children back onto the straight and narrow. She wasn't saying she thought that was right. She wouldn't let herself off that easy. She knew a man's hands on a woman had little to do with correction, yet she'd let Joe keep doing it for a long time, too worn out from keeping house, cleaning for summer people, raising her family, and smoothing over Joe's messes with the neighbors to think much about it. Marriage, she reflected, was never what it looked like from the outside. What people saw and what actually happened inside were rarely more than distant cousins. Sometimes it was awful, sometimes funny, but most often it was both at once, like everything else in life. She dismissed the common assumption outright. The Islanders believed Joe was an alcoholic who beat her, and likely the kids when he was drunk, and that she'd finally snapped after one beating too many. But that wasn't the truth. Joe drank, sure, and he'd even attended AA meetings in Jonesport, yet he was no more an alcoholic than she was. He'd go on a bender every 4 or 5 months, usually with genuine drunks like Rick Thibodeau or Stevie Brooks, but then he'd lay off, nursing a bottle to make it last. Real alcoholics she'd known never made anything last, not Jim Beam, not Old Duke, not even antifreeze strained through cotton. A real drunk lived for 2 things: finishing the bottle in hand and hunting for the next one. Still, Joe didn't mind if people thought he was a recovering alcoholic. It was a useful gimmick for getting work, especially during the summer. People wanted to help someone trying to help himself, so Joe would tell potential employers he was a recovering alcoholic, speak of honesty and working it one day at a time, and show off his gold 1-year medallion. They'd fall over themselves to hire him, often paying more than they'd planned. And the truth was, most times Joe hit her. He was cold sober when he was truly drunk. He'd barely noticed her at all. Then in 1960 or 61, he came home from helping Charlie Dispenzieri with his boat. She spotted his pants split up the back and laughed. She couldn't help it. He said nothing. But when she turned to check the cabbage on the stove, he grabbed a chunk of rock maple from the wood box and slammed it into her lower back, right in the kidneys. The pain was immediate and brutal, a scalding heavy ache that made her feel like her organs might sink like a lead shot. She hobbled to the table, collapsing into a chair. If it had been any farther, she would have hit the floor. Tears streamed down her face, not from crying, but the involuntary tears of searing pain. He warned her never to laugh at him again, tossing the wood back into the box and settling in with his paper. She sat frozen for 20 minutes, barely able to move, having to call her daughter Selena to turn down the stove because she couldn't make the 4 steps herself. Joe taunted her from behind his paper, and his laugh at her expense sealed something in her mind. Right then, she decided he would never hit her again, not unless he paid a price he couldn't afford. That evening passed normally, but when the kids were in bed and Joe eventually dozed off in his chair, she stayed up. She slipped into the kitchen and found the cream pitcher on the table, a forgotten, heavy little thing her son Joe Jr. had left out. It felt perfect in her hand. Then she went to the wood box and retrieved the hatchet. She walked back to the living room and swung the pitcher against the side of his head. It shattered. He jolted upright with a bull-like roar, clutching his bleeding ear, cream and blood dotting his face and sideburn. She told him she wasn't tired anymore. He started to rise, furious, and she revealed the hatchet she'd been hiding under her apron, warning him to sit down unless he wanted it in his skull. He froze, half standing. Their daughter called out from her room, worried. She dismissed it, claiming they were just having a discussion, and Joe confirmed everything was fine. The door eventually closed, and he sat back down, his hand and ear covered in blood. He promised her payback. She told him she would give back double whatever he paid out to her. He sneered that he'd just have to kill her then. Without a second thought, she handed him the hatchet, daring him to do it, telling him to make the first blow count and not let the kids see the aftermath. She calmly laid out his future jail, starting in Belfast in an orange suit, then Shawshank, with no poker games or decent food. She closed her eyes and waited. The silence stretched. He eventually backed down, gruffly telling her to go to bed. She opened her eyes and saw he'd tucked the hatchet under his chair. He tried to regain his composure, shaking out his newspaper, but his hands trembled, and he left bloody fingerprints on the pages. She told him she'd burn it before the kids saw, and then she laid down the law. His days of hitting her were over. If he ever raised a hand to her again, one of them would end up in the hospital or the morgue. She held his gaze without flinching, knowing that if she looked away first, the violence would never truly end. The hatchet was under his chair, but that didn't matter. The battle was in the eyes now, and she refused to surrender. Finally, he dropped his gaze to his newspaper and muttered for her to fetch a towel, bleeding all over his shirt. That was the last time he ever struck her. He was a coward at heart, she realized, though she never said it aloud. Naming a coward's nature was the most dangerous thing a person could do, because a coward feared exposure more than death itself. She'd always known he had a yellow streak. Otherwise, she'd never have dared hit him with a cream pitcher. And as she'd sat in that chair, waiting for her kidneys to stop throbbing, she'd understood that if she didn't stand up to him then, she never would. The act itself was easy. The hard part was overcoming the memory of her own father pushing her mother down, of him striking her mother's legs with wet sailcloth. She loved her parents dearly, but she had to rise above those memories, and she did, probably because she had to. She was thankful for that, if only because her daughter Selena would never have to remember her mother crying in a corner with a dish towel over her face. Her mother had taken what her husband dished out, but she wouldn't judge either of them. Times were different then. But that didn't mean she had to take it from Joe just because she'd been foolish enough to marry him. There was no home correction in a man beating a woman with his fists or a piece of stove wood, and she decided she wouldn't take it from Joe St. George or any man. After that night, Joe sometimes raised his hand to her, but he always thought better of it. She could see in his eyes that he remembered the cream pitcher, maybe the hatchet too, and he'd pretend he was just scratching his head or wiping his forehead. But something else came out of that night. For the next 2 or 3 years, he only tried to take his privilege with her a few times. He became impotent. She never denied him. He just couldn't perform. He'd always been a quick, unremarkable lover, but he'd stayed interested enough to climb on top once or twice a week until the night she hit him with the creamer. She remembered him rolling off her after 20 minutes of futile effort, his body useless. He asked if she was satisfied, his voice cracking. She said nothing, staring at the ceiling, listening to the east wind and the ocean beyond, a sound she'd always loved. He turned to her, his beer breath sour, and complained that turning out the light used to help but didn't anymore. He could see her ugly face even in the dark. He grabbed her breast, shaking it, calling it floppy and flat, telling her that fucking her was like fucking a mud puddle. She thought of a sharp retort but kept her mouth shut. He fell silent, and she thought he might have said enough to send himself to sleep, but then he spoke again, and this time she was sure he was crying. He wished he'd never seen her face, and asked why she hadn't just used the hatchet to cut it off. It would have come to the same thing. She waited to see if he'd sleep, or try to use his hands on her, but soon she heard him snoring. None of his friends ever caught wind of what had happened. He'd never admit his wife had bested him, or that his manhood had failed. When the other men boasted about handling their wives, he boasted right along with them, claiming he'd laid one on her for getting fresh or spending money without permission. She knew this, because she kept her ears open. Once, working at the marshal's house, she slipped on a throw rug and bruised her arm on the mantelpiece. Days later, Yvette Anderson spotted the bruise and dripped with false sympathy, telling her men were awful and promising to pray for her. She was mystified until she realized the truth. Joe had bragged to Tommy Anderson about giving her a little home correction for some imagined transgression. She'd merely fallen while answering the door. That was the difference between the outside and inside of a marriage. People saw her and Joe as a typical couple, plodding along like two horses hitched to a wagon, not biting or lollygagging, but they didn't know about the cream pitcher, or Joe crying in the dark, or the worst of it, the part that began a year or so after their bed life ended. Folks could look right at a thing and draw the wrong conclusion, but that was natural enough, as long as you remembered that the inside and outside of a marriage were rarely the same, and what she was about to tell, she'd always thought would stay hidden. The trouble, she realized in hindsight, must have started in 1962. Selena had just begun high school on the mainland, and she'd grown quite pretty. That summer after her freshman year, she got along with her father better than she had in years of relief, since Dolores had dreaded the teenage years, expecting battles as Selena started questioning his ideas and his authority. Instead, there was a brief peace. Selena would watch him work on his old junk cars, sit beside him on the couch at night, and ask about his day during commercials. He answered her with a calm thoughtfulness she barely recognized but vaguely remembered from their own courtship days. At the same time, Selena pulled away from her mother. She still did her chores and sometimes talked about school, but only if coaxed. There was a coldness that hadn't been there before, and Dolores eventually traced it back to the night Selena had seen her father bleeding from the ear, her mother standing over him with a hatchet. Joe, ever opportunistic, had told his daughter a version of that story that cast Dolores as dangerous and mean-tempered. She didn't think he planned anything beyond spite at first. He knew how much she loved Selena, and turning her against her mother would be fine revenge. He never fully succeeded, but he did get closer to Selena than he'd been since she was little. She was tender-hearted, and Joe was a master of the poor me routine. He worked his way into her life, and once there, he must have noticed how pretty she was becoming and decided he wanted more than her attention. All the while, Dolores was running around, working multiple jobs to stay ahead of bills and save for the kids' college. She didn't see a thing until it was almost too late. Selena had always been lively, chatty, eager to please. She helped around the house without being asked, cooking suppers and looking after her brothers. Joe had once criticized her cooking cruelly, but by the spring and summer of 1962, he praised everything she made, even if the crust was like cement. She was happy for the approval who wouldn't be, but she didn't get puffed up about it. She was a natural cook, and when she left home, she'd be better on her worst day than her mother was on her best. As a helper, Selena was unmatched. She made sure her brothers had their lunches and covered their books at the start of every year. She was an honor roll student. But unlike most kids her age, she didn't dismiss adults as old fogies. She'd bring them coffee, help with dishes, then sit by the Franklin stove and listen to the grown-ups talk, whether it was her mother's friends or her father's poker buddies. She absorbed conversation like a mouse nibbling cheese, storing away what she couldn't consume. Then she changed. Dolores first noticed it not long after Selena started her sophomore year, around the end of September. Selena stopped coming home on the early ferry, instead taking the one that left the mainland at 4:45. When asked, she claimed she liked doing her homework in study hall, but her sidelong look carried shame and something like a lie. Dolores worried but held back, knowing the distance between them traced back to that night with the hatchet. Pressing too hard might make things worse. It was so hard to talk to kids that age you had to tiptoe around them like nitroglycerin. At parents' night, she asked Selena's homeroom teacher about the late ferry, but the teacher had no answers. Dolores left feeling no further ahead. On the ferry ride home, she watched a teenage couple kissing by the rail and told herself Selena must have met a boy. That had to be it. She was staying late to study with him. The thought was a relief. But over the next few days, the relief faded. Selena hadn't mentioned any boy, and it wasn't like her to be secretive. More troubling was her eyes. They'd lost their light. Looking into them felt like staring at the windows of an empty house. That realization opened Dolores's eyes to other signs. Selena had drawn away from Joe too. Stopped sitting beside him, stopped watching him work. She often retreated to her room. Her hair grew greasy. Pimples erupted on her once perfect complexion. Her color and appetite faltered. She still saw her friends occasionally, but not often, and Dolores realized neither Tanya nor Lori had visited since school started. Then there was the way she dressed. She'd abandoned skirts and dresses for oversized line jumpers that hid her figure, making her look fat when she wasn't. All the changes were bad, and they frightened her mother. At home, Selena wore baggy sweaters that hung to her knees, jeans, and work boots, and wrapped an ugly scarf around her head. Whenever she went out, so large it overhung her brow, making her eyes look like animals peering from a cave. She'd abandoned all femininity, and Dolores thought she'd left that tomboy phase behind at 12. One night, forgetting to knock, Dolores walked in and Selena nearly broke her legs scrambling for her robe. She'd been wearing a slip, not naked, but the panic was telling. Worst of all, Selena barely talked anymore, not just to her mother, but to everyone. At supper, she'd sit with her head down, bangs hiding her eyes, responding to questions with monosyllabic grunts. Joe Jr. tried too, hitting the same wall. Once the meal ended, she'd bolt for her room or out the door. Dolores's first thought after ruling out a boy was marijuana reefer, as it was called then. It came through the coastal islands regularly. Marquis Benoit had been arrested that summer with 4 bails. She wondered how she'd made something so complicated out of what was so simple. The real problem sat across the table every night. Joe St. George, jack of all trades and master of none. She considered searching Selena's room, but felt disgusted at the thought of being a sneak. Still, even having the idea made her realize she'd been creeping around the edges too long, hoping the problem would solve itself. Then, not long before Halloween, on an Indian summer afternoon, she was about to head to the Strayhorn place to turn rugs with Lisa McCandless. Halfway out the door, she realized she wasn't going. The ferry across the reach would be cold. Damp. She called Lisa, canceled, and caught the 2:15 ferry to Jonesport, determined to have it out with her daughter. If she'd missed it, things might have turned out differently. She was first off the dock and went straight to the high school, bracing herself to find Selena behind the woodshop with the thugs, laughing and passing cheap wine. But when she peeked into the study hall, Selena was there alone at a desk by the window, bent over her algebra book. No bad company, but no company at all, which somehow felt worse. She should have been with friends, listening to records, mooning over boys. Instead, she sat in the dusty afternoon light, breathing in chalk and floor varnish, head so close to her book it seemed she was searching for the secrets of life. Dolores said, "Hello?" Selena cringed like a rabbit, knocking books off her desk, her eyes enormous, her face pale as buttermilk except for bright red pimples. The terror faded when she recognized her mother, but no smile replaced it, just a shutter dropping, a drawbridge pulling up. She asked what her mother was doing there. Dolores considered a blunt answer but sensed it would be wrong. Instead, she claimed she'd come over to window shop, found nothing she liked, and thought they could ride back together. Selina finally smiled a smile worth $1,000 and said she'd like the company. They walked to the ferry and talked about her classes. Selina opened up more than she had in weeks. On the nearly empty aft deck, they watched the wake spread across the deep October blue water, the sun breaking it into pieces of gold, the mermaid's treasure her father had told her about. Selina untied her kerchief, laughed at the beauty, and Dolores said yes, it was beautiful, then asked why Selina wasn't beautiful anymore. Selina's face shifted a puzzled, laughing top layer, but underneath, a careful, distrustful expression, everything Joe had told her. She turned away, stopping her laughter. Dolores pressed on, cruel to be kind, scared by her own hardness. She told Selina she'd changed her looks, her dress, her actions, and it meant trouble. Selina denied it, backing away, but Dolores grabbed her hands and refused to let go until she told the truth, promising her love wouldn't change. Selina struggled, then stopped, her face showing a third layer, crafty and miserable, looking like Joe. She asked one question: why did she hit him that time? She almost asked for clarification. What time did he mean? But something stopped her. A hunch, intuition, or maybe she'd somehow reached into her daughter's mind. She knew with absolute certainty that if she hesitated even a second, she'd lose her. Perhaps just for that day, but likely forever. So she didn't pause. She told Selina the truth. He'd hit her in the back with a piece of stovewood earlier that evening, nearly crushing her kidneys. She'd simply decided she wasn't going to be treated that way anymore. Selina blinked, her mouth dropping open. That wasn't what her father had told her. When pressed, Selina admitted he'd blamed it on her mother's controlling nature. She didn't want anyone to have fun, which was why she'd stopped his poker games and forbidden Selina's sleepover. He'd claimed she attacked him with the cream pitcher and threatened to cut off his head while he slept. Dolores asked if she believed him. Selina said she didn't know thinking about the hatchet had terrified her so much she couldn't tell what to believe. The words cut like a knife, but Dolores showed nothing, insisting it was a lie. Selina pulled away, desperate, saying she'd fix it herself and to leave her alone. Dolores used a soothing tone, apologizing for that night, for the fear and unhappiness it caused, saying she'd never have retaliated if she'd known the consequences. Selina begged her to stop, covering her ears, refusing to hear more. Dolores said she couldn't undo the past, but she could help with the present. She tried to embrace her, but Selina screamed not to touch her, shoving backward toward the rail. For a horrible moment, Dolores was certain she'd go over. Her heart stopped, but her hands moved, grabbing her daughter's coat and pulling her back. Selina slapped her across the face. Dolores held her, refusing to let go, terrified of losing her for good. Then Selina was sobbing, apologizing, saying she never meant to hit her. Dolores told her to hush, and Selina whispered that she should have let her go over. Dolores held her at arm's length, both crying, insisting nothing could make her do that. Selina shook her head, saying she couldn't stand it anymore, felt dirty and confused, couldn't be happy. But Dolores pressed her for what was wrong. Selina said if she told, her mother would push her over herself. Dolores insisted she'd never do that, and that Selina wasn't stepping off the ferry until she came clean, even if they had to ride back and forth until November. She tried to lighten the mood, but Selina didn't laugh. She bowed her head and spoke so softly Dolores couldn't hear over the wind and engines. She asked her to repeat it. Selina said it again. She never wanted to do anything. He made her. Dolores stood frozen. When she reached for her daughter, Selina flinched, her face white as a sheet. The ferry lurched, and Dolores nearly fell, but Selina grabbed her. They clung to each other, Selina crying against her neck. They shuffled to a bench, arms around each other, and Dolores let her cry. She was glad to hear it. It meant her feelings were coming back, like the light that had gone from her eyes. When Selina finally quieted, Dolores gave her a handkerchief. Selina looked up with wet cheeks and dark hollows under her eyes, asking if her mother hated her. Dolores promised she didn't, never would, but she needed to hear the whole story. She assured Selina she'd never have to tell it again. It would be like drawing a splinter. Selina hesitated, her father's warnings echoing her mother's temper. The hatchet. Dolores asked directly if her father had been at her. Selina hung her head. Dolores lifted her chin and asked again. Selina said yes and broke down again. Dolores waited, trying to find the right words. She asked bluntly if he'd had his penis in her. Selina shook her head. She hadn't let him. Not yet anyway. They both relaxed slightly. But Dolores felt pure rage, an internal eye-opening that showed only Joe's long, horsey face with its cracked lips and yellow dentures. That eye wouldn't close, even when she slept, and she knew it wouldn't shut until he was dead, like being in love, but inside out. Selina told her story from beginning to end, and Dolores listened without interrupting. It started with that night Selina had seen her father bleeding, his eyes full of tears, looking so sad. She'd hated her mother more for that look than for the blood. Before bed she'd prayed, promising God she'd make it up to him if her mother was kept from hurting him anymore. Hearing that, a year after she thought the door was shut on that business, struck Dolores like a physical blow. She'd never forget it, the vast difference between how things looked and how they really were. She started being nice to him, bringing treats to the shed, sitting beside him on the couch and porch, listening to his bigoted political rants about Kennedy and the communists, smiling at his jokes, rubbing cornhuskers on his chapped hands. He wasn't too deaf to hear opportunity knocking. He shifted from politics to poisoning her against her mother, painting Dolores as crazy, and the source of all their marital problems. According to him, it was mostly her fault. In late spring of 1962, his touches became more than fatherly. At first, it was just light strokes along her leg when they sat together, pats on the bottom when she brought him beer. It escalated quickly. By mid-July, Selina was as terrified of him as she already was of her mother. By the time Dolores finally crossed to the mainland to get answers, he'd done almost everything short of rape, and had frightened her into doing things to him as well. Dolores believed he would have gone all the way before Labor Day, if not for the boys being out of school and underfoot. Little Pete was just in the way, but Joe Jr. seemed to sense something was wrong and deliberately inserted himself between his father and sister. God bless him if he did. Dolores was no help, working 12 to 14 hours a day. All that time Joe circled Selina, touching her, asking for kisses, asking her to touch his special places, telling her he couldn't help it. She was nice. Her mother wasn't. A man had needs. But she couldn't tell anyone, he warned, or her mother might kill them both. He drilled it into her with reminders of the creamer and the hatchet, painting Dolores as a cold, bad-tempered bitch, and Selina became half crazy with it. Joe worked, but his kind of work didn't slow him down. He did chores for summer people, caretook houses, crewed on fishing boats when needed, and fixed small engines, a typical island man's patchwork of jobs, though not as hard-working as most. That gave him flexible hours, and that summer and fall he arranged them to be home as much as possible when Dolores was gone, to be around Selina. He was working as hard to get into her mind as he was into her pants. The image of her mother with a hatchet had the most power over Selina, and he used it ruthlessly, first to gain sympathy, then to frighten her, telling her over and over that Dolores would drive her out if she ever found out what they were doing. Selina said she didn't want to do it, and he said it was too late, that she'd teased him until he was half crazy, and that kind of teasing was why most rapes happened. Good women knew that. He promised to keep his end quiet if she kept hers, warning that if some came out, all would come out. She didn't understand what he meant, nor how bringing him iced tea and talking about a puppy had given him the idea he could reach between her legs whenever he wanted, but she was convinced she must have done something to make him act so badly, and the shame was worse than the fear. She tried to tell Mrs. Sheets, the guidance counselor, even making an appointment, but lost her nerve in the outer office when another girl's appointment ran over. It had been less than a month ago, just after school started. She'd thought about how it would sound, and how dense and old Mrs. Sheets was, how she'd probably not believe that her own father was trying to do that. Dolores assured her it happened all over the world, and asked if she thought she was the first girl this had ever happened to. Selina admitted she didn't know she couldn't say it, especially once she'd had time to sit and wonder if her father was right, if her mother would think she was a bad girl. Dolores hugged her, promising she'd never think that. Selina smiled, believing it now, but then confessed she'd thought up a good reason not to go and it wasn't school business. The absurdity of it struck them both, and they ended up laughing hysterically on the bench, holding hands like loons, loud enough that the snack bar man poked his head out to check on them. 2 more things came out on the way back, one spoken, one in her eyes. She'd been thinking of running away. It seemed like a way out, but running wouldn't solve anything. You took your head and heart with you. And the thing Dolores saw in her eyes was that suicide had done more than cross her mind. Seeing that, she saw Joe's face even clearer with that internal eye, how he'd pestered her relentlessly, trying to get his hands up her skirt until she wore jeans in self-defense, not getting all he wanted only because of luck, her good luck, and his bad not for lack of trying. She thought about what might have happened if Joe Jr. hadn't come home early a few times, or if she hadn't finally opened her eyes. Most of all, she thought about how he'd driven her, like a bad-hearted man with a quirt driving a horse, until it lay dead at his feet, then standing over it wondering why. This was where wanting to touch his smooth forehead had gotten her. Her eyes were fully open now. She was living with a loveless, pitiless man who believed anything he could reach and grasp was his to take, even his own daughter. The thought of killing him crossed her mind for the first time, not a decision yet, but more than a daydream. Selina must have seen something in her eyes because she grabbed her arm, asking if there would be trouble, begging her to say no. He'd know she told, and he'd be furious. Dolores couldn't promise. She said she didn't know what would happen, but 2 things were certain. None of this was Selina's fault, and his days of pawing her were over. Selina's eyes filled with tears. She hated it all, asking why her mother had ever hit him, why he'd started, why things couldn't stay the same. Dolores took her hand and said things never do. Sometimes they go wrong and have to be fixed. Selina nodded, accepting it though the pain remained. They reached the dock, and Dolores was glad the talk was over. She couldn't make promises she wasn't sure she could keep. That night, after Joe came home from building a back porch, she sent all 3 kids to the store. Selina kept glancing back, her face pale as milk, the hatchet still in her eyes but something else too, and Dolores believed it was relief. At least things would stop circling endlessly. Scared as she was, part of her must have been thinking that. She stood by the woodbox, watching him read his paper by the stove, and that internal eye opened wider than ever. She saw him as the grand high poobah of Upper Butt Crack, sitting there as if putting his hands all over his only daughter was the most natural thing in the world. She tried to trace the path from the junior-senior prom at the Somerset Inn to this moment, him in his patched jeans and dirty undershirt, her with murder in her heart, but it was like looking back in a magic forest and finding the path had disappeared. The internal eye saw more and more the crisscross scars on his ear, the squiggly veins in his nose, his perpetually sulky lower lip, the dandruff in his eyebrows, the way he'd pull at nose hairs or tug his crotch. All of it was bad, and she realized marrying him wasn't just the biggest mistake of her life, it was the only one that truly mattered, because she wouldn't be the only one paying for it. Selina was his target now, but 2 boys were coming up behind her. If he wouldn't stop at trying to rape their sister, what might he do to them? Her gaze turned to the hatchet on the shelf. She reached for it, thinking she wouldn't just put it in his hand this time, but then she remembered Selina looking back at her as she walked down the driveway, and she decided the hatchet wouldn't be part of whatever happened. She took a chunk of rock maple from the woodbox instead. Hatchet or stove wood, it hardly mattered. His life came within a whisker of ending. The longer she looked at him, the more she thought of what he'd done to Selina, and the madder she got. She could see exactly where she'd strike the thin spot on the back of his head, where the lamplight gleamed on the freckled skin between the few remaining strands of hair. She imagined the blood splattering the lampshade, sizzling on the light bulb. Her fingers tightened on the wood. She told herself to think of how Selina would feel, all her worst fears coming true, but it didn't work. That internal eye was stronger than love, stronger than concern for what would happen to her children if she ended up in South Wyndham. It kept seeing ugly things: the white flakes of skin he scraped from his cheeks when shaving, a dried blob of mustard on his chin, his ill-fitting mail-order dentures. Each new detail tightened her grip. At the last moment, she realized something. If she did it now, she wouldn't be doing it for Selina or the boys. She'd be doing it because she'd been too dumb to notice what was happening under her nose for 3 months. If she was going to kill him and go to prison, she needed to understand it wasn't because of what he did to Selina, but because he'd fooled her, and like Vera, she hated being fooled worse than anything. That thought finally cooled her rage. The internal eye didn't close, but it dimmed. She tried to open her hand, but her fingers were locked too tight. She had to pry them loose with her other hand, flexing several times before they felt normal again. She walked over and tapped him on the shoulder, telling him she wanted to talk. He told her to talk from behind his paper. She made him put it down, then told him to take care of his hands, or they'd land him in more trouble than he could handle. He asked what that meant. She said it meant he was to leave Selina alone. The look on his face when he realized he'd been found out was the best part of a sorry business: pale skin, dropped jaw, a jerk in his chair like someone falling asleep with a bad thought. He tried to pass it off as a muscle twinge, but she saw the shame beneath it, though it bought him no favor. A stupid hound dog had sense enough to look ashamed when caught stealing eggs. He denied everything. She pointed out he looked like the devil had just squeezed his balls. He blamed Joe Jr., but she shut that down. Selina had told her everything. He called Selina a liar and a tease, threatened to get his belt. She shoved him back down when he tried to rise. He warned her not to fool with him. She'd done it before, but couldn't bell the cat every time. She told him to save his big talk for his friends. If he ever touched Selina again, she'd see him in state prison for child molestation or statutory rape. He was flummoxed, then went into a sulk, accusing her of taking Selina's side without hearing his. She asked if he had a side when he asked his 14-year-old daughter to take off her underpants so he could see how much hair she had. He pointed out she'd be 15 next month, as if that changed anything. She asked if he hurt himself. He picked up his paper and told her to leave him alone. She pulled it down gently and demanded a promise he'd leave Selina alone. He started to argue. She threatened to make his life hell. He shouted that she already had. She said he didn't know what hell was, but if he didn't promise, he'd find out. He finally gave in, yelling that he promised, asking if she was satisfied. She said yes, but she wasn't. He could never satisfy her again. She meant to get the kids out of that house or see him dead before the turn of the year, but she didn't want him to know anything was coming. He said they were all done and buttoned up, but he had a funny gleam in his eye as he called her smart. She made a crack about ending up keeping house with him. He hinted. She didn't know everything, but wouldn't explain, just told her to figure it out herself, then shook out his paper like a rich man checking the stock market. She decided to drop the matter, telling herself it was wiser to avoid stirring up any more trouble. Her confidence in her own sharpness, her certainty that she could spot any scheme of his within minutes of its start, swelled her pride. The possibility that he had already made his move never entered her mind. When the children returned, she sent the boys inside and guided Selina to the back of the house, where the blackberry canes stood mostly bare in the autumn air. A small breeze rattled through them, producing a lonely, unsettling sound. They sat on a big white stone jutting from the earth, a half-moon hanging over the headland. When Selina took her hands, the girl's fingers felt as cold as the lunar disk above them. Selina's voice trembled as she confessed her terror of going inside, begging for permission to run to a friend's house. Her mother tried to soothe her, insisting everything was settled. The girl couldn't quite believe it, though her face showed she desperately wanted to. Dolores pressed on, explaining that he had promised to leave her alone, and she believed he would, now that he knew he was being watched, and that his daughter wouldn't stay silent. She added that he was also terrified into compliance, because she had threatened to see him in prison for his behavior. Selina gasped in shock at the revelation, and her mother confirmed she'd meant every word, pointing out that her husband's strongest instinct was self-preservation. She predicted he wouldn't come near her for years. The hope that flooded Selina's face was like a switch being turned on, restoring a youthful light that exposed just how prematurely aged she had looked that fall. She asked if she would be punished for any of it. Her mother dismissed the fear. The relief broke through completely then, and Selina wept against her shoulder, tears of release that only made Dolores's hatred for her husband burn hotter. Selina slept peacefully for the first time in months, but Dolores lay awake, listening to the sound of Joe snoring. The internal eye saw him clearly, tempting her to turn and attack him. Yet the blind rage from before had cooled the thought of her children, and the consequences of murder held her back. She knew Selina wanted the whole episode erased, but that was impossible. Even if he kept his promise now, she doubted his resolve would last. Men like him eventually convinced themselves they could get away with it again if they were just more careful. Lying in the dark, a clear answer crystallized. She had to move the children to the mainland, and soon. Her calm would not last. The internal eye was a new and dangerous strain of anger, and the next time it flared, no thought would restrain her. She had to escape with her children before it consumed her. She waited for things to settle, then took the Friday morning ferry to the mainland. The kids were in school, and Joe was out lobstering with a crew. She carried their savings passbooks with her. She had been the one to put the money away for their college education, enduring his dismissive rants about the uselessness of school, which always ended with him smugly declaring he'd done fine without it. She knew there was no point arguing, but whenever he earned extra money, like during the winter, he worked on the county road crew, she made sure he contributed. The balances were modest by current standards, around $2,000 for Selina, $800 for Joe Jr., and a few hundred for little Pete, but in 1962, they were a substantial lifeline, more than enough to escape. She planned to close them all, taking cash for the smallest and cashier's checks for the others, and make a clean break to Portland. She would find work, replace the money over time, or rely on scholarships. The major priority was getting them away. She realized his poison hadn't just infected Selina. Joe Jr. at 12 was beaten down by his father's constant ridicule, always told to tuck his shirt in, not to slouch, to stop being a sissy. She saw pure, simple hatred in the boy's eyes when he looked at his father, and little Pete was already mimicking his worst traits, swaggering in his father's shadow and picking up his slurs. That mimicry scared her most of all. She arrived at the coastal northern bank around noon. She handed the 3 passbooks to the teller, declared her intention to close them, and explained how she wanted the money distributed. The teller retrieved the files, looked at them with a deepening frown, and consulted a colleague. Then she disappeared into a glass-walled office to speak with a little bald man in a gray suit. When she returned, she left the files with the man and slid the passbooks back across the counter, as if they were contaminated, advising her to discuss the accounts with Mr. Pease. Dolores demanded to know what was wrong, her heart hammering in her chest and her mouth suddenly parched. The nervous feeling she had tried to dismiss had metastasized into a very real dread. The teller offered a vague reassurance, her evasive eyes confirming she believed nothing of the sort. Dolores walked toward the glass-walled office, her feet feeling weighted with lead. She had a sickening premonition of what had happened, yet it seemed impossible. She still held the passbooks. The lock on her jewelry box was intact, and even if he had somehow picked it, the books would show the withdrawals. They showed nothing. In the office, Mr. Pease confirmed her worst fears. Joe had closed the boys' accounts 2 months ago, and Selina's less than 2 weeks prior. He had acted precisely when he knew she wouldn't be depositing more money. He showed her the green accounting sheets, and she saw that he had drained the last large sum, $500, from Selina's account the day after she confronted him. The smug implication of his earlier words now landed with brutal clarity. She reviewed the figures multiple times, her shock deepening. Pease, wringing his hands with a worried sheen of sweat on his bald head, repeated that the accounts had been closed by her husband. She demanded to know how it was possible when she had the passbooks. He explained the structure of custodial savings accounts, where either parent could withdraw funds. Her voice rose in an accusation, pointing out that the passbooks themselves showed no withdrawals. He asked her to lower her voice, but she refused, accusing the bank of negligent business practices. He produced a sheet of paper explaining that her husband had claimed the books were lost and requested new ones. She scoffed at the claim, yelling that no one had called her, despite the rules for joint accounts she'd been given when they were opened. He began to speak, but she bulldozed over him, accusing him of believing a simple lie and noting that the bank clearly hadn't considered who actually put the money in. The entire bank had stopped to watch. Peace was red-faced and desperate, insisting the procedure was legal and standard. The fight drained out of her then. She realized that Joe had fooled her completely, and she told Peace that while the legality was beside the point, the bank's failure to make a single phone call was the real issue. The number was on every form. She knew they would have called Joe if the situation had been reversed, because he was the man of the house. He was in charge, and she was just the wife. When Peace tried again to apologize, she cut him off, demanding to know if the money had been spent or if her husband had simply opened a new account at the same bank. He balked at the invasion of privacy. She pressed, arguing that he owed her at least this information after the bank's complicity in the theft. He finally relented, asking her to wait for him at a nearby cafe. She thanked him, and he nervously agreed to meet her. She waited nearly 3/4 of an hour at the Chatty Boy, certain he had abandoned her. When he finally arrived, his face looked grave, and she braced herself for the worst. He lingered in the doorway, scanning the restaurant for any familiar faces from the bank who might cause him trouble after the scene she had made. Satisfied, he slid into the booth across from her and delivered the news. The bulk of the money was still in the bank, just under $3,000. She breathed a prayer of relief, but he quickly added the catch: the new account was in her husband's name only. She wasn't surprised. Of course, Joe hadn't given her any paperwork to sign that would have tipped her off. The banker noted that many women wouldn't have known the difference, signing whatever their husbands put in front of them. She replied with dry pride that she wasn't like most women, and he acknowledged that he'd noticed. He excused himself, saying he had to get back, and though he claimed he wished he could stay for coffee, they both knew better. He shook her hand like an equal before leaving. She declined a refill, blaming acid indigestion from her first cup, though she knew the real source of her burning stomach. On the ferry back, she counted her small blessings. She hadn't packed anything, so there was nothing to undo. She was also glad she hadn't told Selena of her plan. She'd been afraid the secret would be too much for the girl, or that she'd tell a friend and the news would reach Joe. There was even a chance the teenager might dig in her heels and refuse to go, no matter how she flinched from her father. With a teenage girl, anything was possible. She had her small mercies, but no solutions. The joint account was nearly empty, and the checking account was a joke. Yet she couldn't just grab the kids and run. If she did, Joe would spend the rest of the money out of spite. He'd already burned through $300, and she had earned at least $2,500 of the remaining $3,000 herself, scrubbing floors and washing windows for Vera Donovan. She was still determined to take the children away, but she was damned if they'd go broke. Standing on the foredeck of the Princess, the wind whipping her hair back, she knew she would get that money back from him somehow. She just didn't know how. Life on the surface continued without obvious change. If you only looked at the top of things, nothing seemed different on the island. But underneath, everything had shifted for her. Her perception had been permanently altered. By the time Halloween decorations had given way to Thanksgiving, she was seeing everything with painful clarity through her two natural eyes. She noticed the greedy, hungry way Joe watched Selena when she was in her robe, or how his eyes followed her when she bent over. She saw how the girl swung wide of him in the living room and made sure their hands never touched at the supper table. It made her heart ache with shame and pity, and it also made her sick with rage. He was her father. His blood ran in her veins, yet he looked at her like a stranger. She also saw Joe Jr.'s similar avoidance, his muttered replies when he couldn't ignore his father entirely. The boy had written a report on President Roosevelt, the president his father hated most, and had earned the teachers only a plus in 20 years. She'd offered to help him get it published, but he'd laughed a cynical, hard laugh that was his father's laugh. He planned to burn it, and only relented when she threatened to knock him over the porch rail. His one condition was that his father never see it. And then there was little Pete, swaggering and mimicking his father's worst traits, his lip permanently pooched out, getting in trouble and using slurs. He'd even made another boy's ear bleed in a fight, and Joe had praised him for it. She saw the boy's eyes light up at his father's approval, and saw how tenderly Joe carried him to bed that night. That fall, she could see everything except the one thing she needed most, a way to escape him. The answer came from Vera Donovan. Vera was the only one who ever knew what she did, and she was the one who gave her the idea. The Donovans were the archetypal summer people, appearing reliably every Memorial Day and vanishing after Labor Day. She would clean the big house from top to bottom after they left, stripping beds and covering furniture. By 1960, there were over 300 jigsaw puzzles stacked in the basement. There were exceptions, Thanksgiving one year, Christmas another, but they were mainly summer people, or at least Michael Donovan and the kids were. Vera was from away, but in the end she became as much an island woman as Dolores herself, maybe more. In 1961, things started as usual, though the kids were quiet and withdrawn, still mourning their father. Not long after the 4th of July, the three of them had a tremendous argument at a local restaurant over something to do with the family car. The children left the next day, taken to the mainland by the hired man. Dolores never saw either of them again. Vera stayed, unhappy but stubborn. She fired a string of temporary girls that summer, and when Dolores saw her leaving on the ferry at summer's end, she thought Vera would bend to her children, that they would come to call the shots now, and they wouldn't be back. Dolores realized how little she truly knew Vera Donovan. Vera bowed to no one. She arrived alone on Memorial Day 1962 and stayed through Labor Day, drinking more than ever and looking terrible, but still doing her puzzles and collecting shells. She mentioned once that she thought the children would visit in August, but they never came. That year, Vera began making regular trips after Labor Day. She called in October to have the house opened, staying 3 days with her hired man. Before leaving, she instructed Dolores to have the furnace checked and to leave the dust sheets off, saying she'd be visiting more often now that her husband's affairs were settled, and she hoped the children would come too. But Dolores heard something in her voice that suggested she knew that was wishful thinking. Vera returned in late November, wanting the house vacuumed and beds made. The kids weren't with her, but she said they might decide to spend the weekend, though Dolores suspected she knew better. Dolores came right away, trudging through cold rain. The trip to the bank had been nearly a month ago, and the discovery had been eating at her like battery acid. She couldn't eat properly, slept only in short, nightmare-ridden bursts, and could barely function. Her mind was fixated on Joe's abuse of Selena and the stolen money. She knew she needed to stop obsessing to find a solution, but she couldn't break the cycle. That's why she ended up speaking to Vera, despite not intending to. Vera had been difficult since her husband died. When she arrived that day, Vera's mood had improved. She was pinning a newspaper article about the upcoming total eclipse to her bulletin board. She was excited, saying it was a once-in-a-lifetime event. Dolores replied dismissively that it would probably rain, expecting a sharp retort, but Vera just laughed and hummed as she went upstairs, showing no signs of her usual hangover. Later, while Dolores was making the bed in Vera's room, the weight of her worries suddenly overwhelmed her. She sat down and began to cry, then wailed into her apron. She was exhausted, confused, and at the end of her rope, unable to see any way forward. When she finally stopped, she was a mess. She was afraid to take the apron down, expecting Vera to fire her. But when she did, Vera was watching her with calm curiosity, not anger. Vera asked if she'd been careless enough to get pregnant again. Dolores was confused for a second, then realized the absurdity of the suggestion. The idea of being pregnant by Joe was horrifying, and she started laughing uncontrollably, the laughter eventually dissolving back into sobs. When she finally composed herself, she apologized. Vera insisted she call her by her first name from now on, a small act of acceptance that suggested she wasn't going to fire her. She told Dolores to clean herself up in the bathroom. Dolores stayed in there a long time, afraid to come out, uncertain what Vera might do. When she emerged, Vera was still regarding her with curious interest. She admitted she'd never been sure Dolores could cry, that she thought she was made of stone. Dolores muttered something about not sleeping. Vera pressed her to explain what was wrong, still assuming it was about a pregnancy. Dolores tried to demur, but Vera insisted. Finally, the words spilled out. Her husband was trying to assault their daughter, and when she went to get the children's college money to escape, she found he had stolen it all. She started crying again, but less intensely, and Vera told her to tell the whole story from the beginning without leaving anything out. And she did. She poured out the entire sordid tale, something she never thought she could do, especially not to Vera Donovan, and with each word, the weight on her heart began to lift. She finished her confession, admitting she was trapped. She could take the children and find work on the mainland. She wasn't afraid of hard work, but that wasn't the point. The point was that he had done everything but rape his daughter, terrorized her so badly she might never fully recover, and rewarded himself with nearly $3,000 of stolen money. She couldn't let him get away with it. Vera asked mildly if that was truly the point, her knitting needles clicking steadily as rain slid down the window panes, casting writhing shadows across her face. The sight reminded Dolores of the ancient myth about the three sisters who spin and measure and cut the threads of human lives. She insisted she had to stop him, but she couldn't see how. Vera paused for a sip of tea, then asked what the worst part was for Dolores herself, not for the children. Without hesitation, Dolores admitted it was knowing he was laughing at her. He knew she had checked the bank, and he was enjoying her helplessness. Vera suggested it might be her imagination, but Dolores didn't care. It was how she felt. Then, unbidden, the words came out. He wouldn't be laughing if he knew how close she had come to killing him. Vera's steady gaze held her as the shadows danced across her face, and Dolores thought again of the shears-wielding sister. She confessed her fear not of him, but of herself. Something inside her was growing, and it was getting worse. Vera asked calmly if it was an eye, and Dolores felt a chill of recognition. Vera seemed to know exactly what she meant, and the realization sent goosebumps across her skin. Dolores admitted she was afraid of killing him, which would mean losing everything. Vera dismissed the concern, observing that husbands died every day, and when they did, their wives inherited their money. Her tone was matter-of-fact, as she pointed out she should know. Then she said, with the clarity of a schoolteacher, that an accident was sometimes an unhappy woman's best friend. She advised Dolores to remember that what was his was hers. If he had an accident, his money would become hers by law. Her grin chilled Dolores's blood. She went on to say that the law was a great thing, and when a bad man had a bad accident, that could be a great thing too. Before Dolores could press further, Vera closed the subject, standing up and suggesting Dolores finish making the bed and come down for pie. As she left, she turned back and noted that Dolores had been pregnant when she married, though she hadn't said so. She pointed out that crying wouldn't save her daughter or the money, but sometimes men, especially drinking men, had accidents. Vera left, and Dolores finished the bed, her mind churning with what had been said. By the time she'd had her pie and seen Vera upstairs for her nap, the plan was clear. She wanted rid of Joe, she wanted the money back, and she wanted him to pay for what he'd done to Selena. An accident would achieve all three. He was too short-sighted to have made a will cutting her out. He probably believed he'd never die. Everything would come back to her. The rain had stopped by the time she left, and she walked home slowly, her thoughts already turning to the old well behind the woodshed. The house was empty when she arrived. The boys were out playing, and Selena had left a note saying she'd gone to help a neighbor with the hotel laundry. Joe was gone too, his truck absent, and with its noisy muffler, she'd have plenty of warning if he returned. She stood reading Selena's note. A simple, cheerful message about earning a little money, and something in its innocence pushed her from contemplating to deciding. She wasn't sure if she'd truly meant to kill him when she left Vera's, but the thought had taken root. She meant to inspect the well at least. If it hadn't been for that note, she might never have gone through with it. Selina, she resolved, must never know. The note described Selina's eagerness to help, to earn a few dollars. Dolores knew the girl would be happy to return, and if she got a job at the hotel, she'd want to take it. Money was hard to come by on the island. Selina was a good hard worker, just like her mother. Dolores saw herself in Selina, and felt a surge of desperate determination. She would not let her daughter become a worn-out cleaning woman with a stooped back and a bottle of pain pills. She read the girl's note over and over, resolving that Selina would not end up like her, even if it killed her. But she didn't think it would come to that. She believed Joe would be the one to die. She put the note down, buttoned her slicker, and pulled on her rubber boots. Walking around back, she stood by the white stone where she and Selina had sat on the night she'd told the girl she was safe. The rain had stopped, but water still dripped from the blackberry canes, and droplets clung to the bare branches, glinting like tiny diamonds. The blackberry patch sprawled over half an acre, and she was grateful for her slicker and boots as she pushed in. The thorns were vicious. The wellhead, which had once been on the edge of a flower garden, was now buried in the tangle. The well had gone dry years ago, and a new one had been doused on the other side of the house. Since then, the old well had been overtaken by chest-high brambles. She searched, the thorns tearing at her slicker and cutting her hands until she pulled her sleeves down. She nearly found the well by falling into it. A board gave way under her foot with a crackling sound, and she recoiled just in time. Kneeling, she saw the rotted white boards of the cap, which was about 4 feet by 5. The board she'd stepped on was bowed and splintered. She would have fallen in easily. Joe would have gone through without a chance. She tied a handkerchief to a nearby bush to mark the spot, then went back inside. That night, she slept soundly for the first time since learning the truth about Selina. It was late November, and she didn't plan to act for a while. If something happened to Joe too soon after her talk with Selina, the girl might suspect her. Selina still loved her father, and Dolores feared how she would feel if she knew not just about her mother, but about herself. She let the weeks pass, though waiting was hard. She'd asked Selina if her father was being good, and the girl always said yes, which was a relief. But as 1963 began, new worries surfaced. She feared Joe might start spending the stolen money, and she had no way to stop him. She searched for the new passbook but never found it. She could only watch for him to come home with expensive purchases and hope he hadn't gambled it all away. Then there was the question of when and how, if she even had the nerve. The well seemed like a good trap, but she worried about the risks. If he fell and screamed, neighbors might hear. East Lane was busy enough for a woman planning murder. She had almost decided against the well when Vera inadvertently provided the answer. Vera was obsessed with the upcoming eclipse, certain it would bring her children back. She talked of nothing else. In May, Dolores read a local article about the Harborside Hotel turning its roof into an open-air observatory, selling hundreds of eclipse tickets. The idea struck her. As she read, Vera appeared and asked which she'd prefer, the hotel roof or the Island Princess, which she had chartered for the afternoon. Dolores was stunned. It was a huge expense, but Vera had done it, insisting drinks would be free, which she noted should appeal to Joe. Dolores asked why she'd gone to such trouble, and Vera said she loved the ferry, that it was her favorite way to arrive on the island, and she was taking anyone who wanted to go. Her grin was that of a girl glad to be alive. Vera began to say something, then stopped, her expression shifting to one of sudden concern as she asked if Dolores was all right. But Dolores couldn't answer. A vision had flooded her mind, the hotel roof crowded with craning necks, the princess halted mid-reach with packed decks, the black circle of the eclipse ringed with fire in a daytime sky. It was the thought of the rest of the island, empty and deserted, that had truly stunned her. Vera guided her to a chair and brought water. But Dolores was already calculating 350 on the roof, 400 on the ferry, over 700 people. The rest would be out on the water or watching from the docks. She drank the water quickly, brushing off Vera's concern, but the realization of her planning had made her lightheaded. Hours later, as she gathered her things to leave, Vera invited her on the boat for July 20th. Dolores politely declined, saying she'd probably stay home. Vera called that dull, and Dolores agreed that she was dull. Vera gave her a searching look, wondering if that was really true, and Dolores headed home, turning the idea over in her mind. She found no holes, only maybes, and decided she could always cry it off if things went wrong. Spring turned to summer. She prepared to fend off Selina's requests for summer work, but a solution appeared before any argument could start. The Methodist minister came to them with news of openings at a church camp for 2 girls with advanced swimming qualifications. Selina and her friend Tanya were perfect candidates. The girls were soon seen off on the ferry, waving and crying, and Selina, in a pretty pink suit, looked for the first time like the woman she would become. With Selina taken care of, she turned to the boys. She persuaded Joe to call his sister and arrange for the boys to stay with her and her husband for the latter part of July. Joe agreed, perhaps anticipating the quiet. The boys themselves were reluctant. The cousins were teenagers who wouldn't have time for them, but Dolores bulldozed them into it, finally convincing Joe Jr. by framing it as a vacation from his father. With the kids' trip settled, she waited. Joe, as she'd planned, was drinking more than ever. She had been keeping the liquor cupboard stocked, and after the 4th of July, he was perpetually at least half drunk. He'd sit on the porch in his old rocker, reading the paper and drinking, ranting about politics, and she would sit with him, listening, wanting him to get used to her presence. It was a relief to leave Vera's now, as Vera too was becoming increasingly difficult. Vera's summer had started with a frenzy of activity, hiring extra help, scrubbing the house to a shine, preparing for overnight guests. And she was happy. But around the 10th of July, her mood popped like a balloon. She became mean, firing girls for trivial reasons. One girl was let go for laughing in the kitchen with a caterer she'd known in high school. Vera was cruelly dismissive. Another was fired for dropping a cracked plate. The pattern was clear. Her children were not coming for the eclipse. Vera's mood lifted somewhat as other guests arrived, but the tension was still there, and Dolores was glad to get away each day. Dolores knew she'd done something foolish the moment the words left her mouth, but she'd been strung tight as a wire herself, and watching Vera fire that girl over a cracked plate had been the last straw. She managed to hold her tongue until Karen was out of sight, then went looking for her employer. She found Vera in the back garden, a straw sun hat pulled down so hard the brim touched her ears, snipping at roses with such violent, vengeful snaps that she might have been Madame Defarge herself, sending heads to the guillotine. Dolores marched right up and told her flat out that firing the girl had been a rotten thing to do. Vera straightened up and regarded her with the haughtiest look she could muster, her reply dripping with sarcastic gratitude for Dolores's unsolicited opinion, claiming she lay awake each night wondering what Dolores would have done. That only stoked Dolores's anger further. She fired back that she might be many things, but she wasn't the sort who took her own disappointments out on innocent people. She wasn't that high riding a bitch. For a moment, Vera's mouth fell open in genuine shock. Dolores was fairly certain that was the first time she'd ever truly surprised the woman. She turned and marched away quickly, before Vera could see how badly her legs were shaking. By the time she reached the kitchen, she had to sit down, her mind racing with the realization that she'd just poked the dragon. She risked a peek out the window over the sink and saw Vera's back still turned, the shears working furiously, roses tumbling into the basket like severed heads. She was preparing to leave that afternoon when Vera came up behind her and asked her to wait. Dolores's heart plummeted. She was certain this was it. The final dismissal, the cold stare, the walk of shame down the driveway. A part of her acknowledged that being free of Vera would be a relief, yet a surprising ache tightened around her heart. She'd worked since she was 16, and had never been fired, but some kinds of abuse a person simply had to stand up to, and she was steeling herself for that battle when she turned to face her employer. The sight of Vera's face stopped her cold. All the morning's makeup was scrubbed away, and her eyelids were swollen either from a nap or from crying. She held a brown paper grocery sack and shoved it toward Dolores without explanation. When Dolores asked what it was, Vera told her it held eclipse viewers and reflector boxes, which she claimed she happened to have extras of. Dolores murmured that she was sorry to hear that, and Vera waved it off before asking if Dolores had reconsidered joining her ferry expedition. Dolores said no. She'd watch from her own porch with Joe, or go down to Easthead if he was in one of his moods. Then Vera did something remarkable. She apologized for that morning's behavior and asked Dolores to call the Jolander girl and tell her she'd changed her mind. For Vera Donovan, who practically never admitted fault, that took real courage. Dolores agreed gently, correcting her that the girl's name was Karen, not Mabel, and Vera told her to simply say she'd reconsidered, nothing more. Dolores thanked her for the eclipse equipment, and as she turned to leave, Vera called her back. She gave Dolores a strange, knowing little nod, then offered her final piece of advice. Sometimes a woman had to be a high-riding bitch just to survive, because sometimes that was all a woman had to hold on to. Then she closed the door gently, not with a slam. Dolores walked home, the weight of the coming day pressing on her mind. That night, she went to bed worried sick about the weather forecast, realizing she'd been so consumed with planning that rain hadn't even occurred to her. She told herself she couldn't control the weather, and it didn't matter anyway. She was committed, rain or shine, and she'd gone too far to back out now. With that settled, she closed her eyes and fell asleep instantly. Saturday, July 20th, 1963, dawned hot, muggy, and overcast. The radio predicted no real rain, just possible late-day thunderstorms, but the clouds were expected to linger, cutting the chances of seeing the eclipse to 50-50. Still, a weight seemed to lift from Dolores's shoulders as she headed to Vera's to help with the brunch buffet. It didn't matter if it was cloudy, or even if it showered. All she needed was for it not to pour. The hotel guests would be on the roof, Vera's crowd out on the water, and everyone would be hoping for just a break in the clouds. Hope was a powerful force. She knew that better than most. Vera had 18 house guests on Friday night, and even more turned up for Saturday's buffet, maybe 30 or 40. The rest of the island folk who'd be joining her on the ferry would start gathering at the dock around 1, with the old princess scheduled to depart at 2. By the time the eclipse began around 4:30, the first few kegs would likely be empty. Dolores had expected to find Vera a nervous wreck, but the woman surprised her again. She was wearing a flowing red and white caftan, her hair pulled back in a simple ponytail, a far cry from her usual expensive hairstyles. She circulated among her guests by the buffet table in the rose garden, laughing and chatting, but she moved differently that day, like a butterfly gliding among flowers, rather than a jet plane zooming past. When she spotted Dolores with a tray of scrambled eggs, she hurried over with instructions, but her walk was unhurried, and her smile genuine. Dolores realized Vera had finally accepted that her children weren't coming, and had decided to be happy anyway. It was rare to see Vera Donovan truly radiant, and Dolores suspected she'd never see it again. Vera called her by her maiden name, Dolores Claiborne, and it sent a shiver down Dolores's spine, though she didn't understand why until much later. Dolores remarked that the day looked gray, but Vera just glanced at the sky and confidently declared the sun would be out by 3. When Dolores teased that she'd placed an order for it, Vera nodded seriously and confirmed that was exactly what she'd done, then sent Dolores to check on the caterer's coffee. As Dolores headed for the kitchen, Vera called her back, just as she had 2 days earlier. For a moment, Dolores thought she was going to repeat that advice about being a bitch to survive, but instead, Vera stood there in her pretty dress, hands on her lips, her ponytail over one shoulder, looking impossibly young, and simply repeated her prediction: sunshine by 3. The buffet wound down by 11, and by noon Dolores and the girls had the kitchen to themselves. Vera left around 12:15, driving her last few guests to the dock in the old Ford ranch wagon. Dolores stayed with the washing up until about 1. then told Gail of Skek she had a headache and a sour stomach, and was going home now that the worst of the mess was cleared. On her way out, Karen Jolander hugged her, crying and thanking her, though Dolores insisted she hadn't done a thing. Karen insisted no one had told her, but she knew it was Dolores who'd spoken up. No one else would have dared confront the old dragon. Dolores kissed her cheek and assured her she'd be fine as long as she didn't drop any more plates, then headed for home. From the moment she stepped off Vera's driveway onto Center Drive, everything took on the quality of a vivid, hyper-real dream. She kept repeating to herself that she was going home to kill her husband, trying to drive the fact into her head like a nail into hard wood, but looking back, she realized it had been in her head all along. It was her heart that couldn't quite grasp it. Even though it was only 1:15 and the eclipse was still over 3 hours away, the village streets were eerily empty, reminding her of that abandoned town in southern Maine. The roof of the harborside was already crowded with at least 100 people strolling and checking the sky like farmers at planting time. Down at the dock, the princess sat with her gangplank down, her auto deck filled with people instead of cars, everyone wandering with drinks in hand at an open-air cocktail party. The dock itself was packed, and at least 500 small boats, more than she'd ever seen at once, were already anchored on the reach, waiting. Everyone seemed to be wearing dark glasses and holding either smoked glass viewers or reflector boxes. There had never been a day like it on the island, and even without her grim purpose, she thought it would have felt like a dream. The store was open. Of course, it would probably be doing business on Apocalypse morning itself. She stopped in and bought a bottle of Johnny Walker Red, then walked out East Lane to the house. She gave it to Joe without ceremony, simply plopping it into his lap. Then she went inside and retrieved the bag Vera had given her with the eclipse viewers and reflector boxes. When she came back out on the porch, Joe was holding the bottle up to examine the color. She asked if he planned to drink it or just admire it, and he gave her a suspicious look, demanding to know what it was. She told him it was a present to celebrate the eclipse, and if he didn't want it, she could pour it down the sink. When she reached for it, he yanked it back quickly. He commented that she'd been giving him a lot of presents lately, and they couldn't afford such things, but that didn't stop him from pulling out his pocket knife and slitting the seal. She explained. It wasn't just for the eclipse she'd been feeling so good, and relieved that she wanted to share her happiness, and since most things that made him happy seemed to come out of a bottle, she thought of him. She watched him uncap it and pour himself a drink, his hand trembling slightly. She wasn't sorry to see that the drunker he got, the better her chances. He asked what she had to feel so good about, throwing out a cruel remark about a pill to cure ugliness. She responded that it was a mean thing to say to someone who'd just bought him premium scotch, and suggested she might take it back. He pulled it away again, saying fat chance. She told him to be nice, asking what happened to all that gratitude he was supposed to be learning in his AA meetings. He ignored that, just kept staring at her like a store clerk examining a suspicious bill, asking again what had her feeling so good. He guessed it was because the kids were out of the house. She told him no, she missed them already, which was true. He grunted that she would, and took another drink, pressing her again. She said she'd tell him later and started to get up. He grabbed her arm and demanded she tell him now, saying he didn't like it when she was fresh. She warned him to take his hand off, or that expensive bottle might end up broken over his head. She didn't want to fight with him, especially not today, and mentioned she had salami, Swiss cheese, and water biscuits. He scoffed at the idea of water biscuits, and she persisted, saying she'd make them a tray of hors d'oeuvres as nice as what Vera's guests would have on the ferry. He grumbled that fancy food gave him the shits and told her to just make him a sandwich. She agreed. He was looking toward the reach now, probably because she'd mentioned the ferry, his lower lip jutting out in that ugly way. There were even more boats out there, and the sky above them seemed to have lightened a bit. He sneered at the sight of them, mocking all the people who were getting so worked up over nothing more than a cloud passing across the sun. He said he hoped it rained hard enough to drown that snooty cunt she worked for, and the rest of them too. She remarked that he was always so cheery and charitable. He looked at her, clutching the bottle to his chest like a bear with honeycomb, and demanded to know what in Christ's name she was going on about. She said nothing, just that she was going inside to fix the food, a sandwich for him, and some hors d'oeuvres for herself. They'd sit and have a couple of drinks, watch the eclipse with the viewers Vera had sent, and when it was over, she'd tell him what had her feeling so happy. It was a surprise. He said he didn't like fucking surprises. She told him she knew, but he'd get a kick out of this one. He'd never guess it in 1,000 years. Then she went into the kitchen so he could really start on that bottle she'd bought him. She wanted him to enjoy it. It was the last liquor he'd ever drink. He wouldn't need to keep him off the sauce where he was going. It was the longest, strangest afternoon of her life. He sat on the porch in his rocker, paper in one hand, drink in the other, bitching through the open kitchen window about something the Democrats were doing down in Augusta. He'd forgotten all about trying to find out what she was happy about, and about the eclipse, too. She was in the kitchen, making him a sandwich, humming a tune, and thinking about how to make it good red onion, just enough mustard to make it tangy because it was the last thing he'd ever eat. She reached out and touched his forehead, just as she'd dreamed of doing all those years ago when she was nothing but a green girl, and the moment she did, that inside eye opened wider than ever. What it showed her was a vision of how he would continue if she let him, not just taking what he wanted from Selena or spending the money he'd stolen from his children's accounts, but working on them constantly, belittling Joe Jr. for his good grades and love of history, clapping little Pete on the back whenever he used a slur or called a classmate lazy. He'd work on them until they were broken or spoiled if she allowed it, and in the end he'd die leaving nothing but bills and a hole to bury him in. But she had a hole for him 30 feet deep instead of 6, lined with fieldstone instead of dirt. One kiss after 3 or even 5 years wasn't going to change that. Neither was touching his forehead, which had been far more the cause of all her trouble than his weak little member ever was. Yet she traced her finger over it again anyway, thinking of how he'd kissed her on the patio of the Somerset Inn while the band played Moonlight Cocktail, and how she'd been able to smell his father's cologne on his cheeks. Then she hardened her heart. She told him she was glad, picked up the tray, and suggested he occupy himself with the viewers and reflector boxes while she did the dishes. He dismissed both the eclipse and Vera's gifts with crude indifference, saying he'd seen dark before, and it happened every damn night. She shrugged and told him to suit himself. As she reached the door, he suggested they might get up to some fun later, using an old pet name for her. She gave a non-committal reply, thinking there would indeed be plenty of that before the day was through. Before it got dark for the second time, Joe St. George was going to get more Dickens than he'd ever dreamed of. She kept a watchful eye on him while washing the few dishes. He hadn't done anything in bed but sleep, snore, and fart for years, and she suspected he knew as well as she did that the booze had more to do with that than her supposed ugliness. She worried briefly that the prospect of getting his ashes hauled might make him put the cap back on the Johnny Walker, but no such luck. For Joe, sex was just a notion, like the kiss he'd given her the bottle was far more real to him. He'd gotten one of the eclipse viewers out of the bag and was holding it up, turning it this way and that, squinting at the sun through it like a chimpanzee trying to tune a radio. Then he put it down and poured himself another drink. When she came back out with her sewing basket, she could see he was already getting that owly, red-eyed look that signaled he was on his way from moderately drunk to thoroughly tanked. He still looked at her sharply, no doubt wondering if she was going to complain. She assured him sweetly that she was just going to sit and do some mending while waiting for the eclipse to start, commenting that it was nice the sun had come out. He muttered that she must think it was his birthday, his voice already thick and furry. She agreed that it was something like that, and began sewing up a rip in little Pete's jeans. The next hour and a half passed slower than any time since she was a little girl waiting for her first movie. She finished little Pete's jeans, patched 2 pairs of Joe Jr.'s chinos. That boy had always refused to wear denim, as if even then he'd already decided he was going to be a politician, and hemmed 2 of Selena's skirts. Finally, she sewed a new fly in one of Joe's few pairs of decent slacks. They were old, but not entirely worn out, and she thought they would do to bury him in. Then just when she thought it would never happen, she noticed the light on her hand seemed a little dimmer. Joe remarked that the eclipse was starting, and she agreed. The light in the dooryard had shifted from strong afternoon yellow to a faded rose, and the house's shadow across the driveway had taken on a strange, thin quality she'd never seen before. She took one of the reflector boxes from the bag and held it out the way Vera had shown her, and a strange thought struck her. The little girl from somewhere along the path of the eclipse was doing this too, the one sitting on her father's lap. In the next moment, she wasn't just thinking of her. She was seeing her, vividly, as if in a vision. A girl of about 10, with a reflector box in her hands, wearing a short striped sundress and lipstick the color of peppermint candy, her blonde hair pinned up in an attempt to look older. She saw something else too, something that made her think of Joe, the girl's father's hand on her leg, higher than it ought to have been. Then it was gone. Joe asked if she was all right, and she insisted she was, blaming her distracted look on the eclipse. But she believed that little girl was real, sitting with her father somewhere else along the path at that very moment. She looked down into her box and saw a tiny white sun, bright as a burning 50-cent piece, with a dark curve biting into one side. Joe was peering through his viewer and remarked that it was disappearing. The crickets started singing in the grass, confused by the early dusk, and she looked out at the reach, where the water had turned a darker blue. All those boats under that strange dark sky seemed both creepy and wonderful, and her brain kept trying to tell her it was just a hallucination. She glanced at her watch, nearly 10 to 5. For the next hour, everyone on the island would be watching nothing else. East Lane was empty. Their neighbors were either on the ferry or the hotel roof, and if she was going to do it, the time had come. Her guts felt wound into a single tight spring, and she couldn't quite shake the image of the little girl on her father's lap, but she couldn't let anything stop her. She knew that if she didn't act now, she never would. She put the reflector box down beside her sewing and called his name. He asked what she wanted, his head still tipped back looking through the viewer. She told him it was time for the surprise. He lowered the viewer, and she saw it wasn't fascination with the eclipse that held him. He was halfway to shit-faced, groggy enough that she worried he might not understand what she was saying. If he didn't, her plan was ruined before it started, and the only thing she knew for sure scared her she wasn't going to turn back, no matter what. He grabbed her shoulder and shook her, demanding to know what in God's name she was talking about. She brought up the money in the kids' bank accounts. His eyes narrowed, and she realized he wasn't as drunk as she'd thought. That one kiss meant nothing. Anyone could give a kiss, after all. Judas used one to identify Jesus to the Romans. She pressed him, saying he'd taken it. He denied it, but she explained that she'd gone to the bank after finding out about Selena, intending to withdraw the money and take the kids away. He gaped at her for a moment, then threw his head back and laughed, reveling in how thoroughly he'd fooled her. He took another sip of scotch and looked through the viewer again, crowing that it was half gone now. Maybe more. She agreed, then brought the subject back to the money. He told her not to trouble her pointy little head about it, that it was just fine. She said she wasn't worried about the money, it was how he'd fooled her that weighed on her mind. He nodded, as if he understood, even sympathized, but couldn't hold the expression, and burst out laughing again, spraying spit into the air. He admitted, laughing, that he'd stolen a march on her. She agreed, and reminded him that he'd fooled her right and proper. He asked what they said about husbands who finally put one over on their meddling wives, and she gave him the old saying, "Fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me." She'd finally caught up to him, she said. He allowed that maybe she had and maybe she hadn't, and started to say she needn't worry about the money being spent, but she cut him off, insisting she wasn't worried at all. He gave her a hard look then, his smile fading as he remarked on the smart expression on her face, the one he didn't much care for. She shot back with a dismissive retort. He studied her for a long moment, clearly trying to puzzle out what was going on inside her head, but it remained as much a mystery to him as ever. He sighed heavily, blowing back the lock of hair that had fallen on his forehead, and launched into a condescending explanation about how most women didn't understand money. He claimed he'd simply consolidated the accounts to earn more interest, and hadn't told her because he didn't want to hear her ignorant nonsense. He raised the Eclipse viewer again, signaling the subject was closed. She countered that the account was in his name only. He demanded to know what difference that made, pointing out that he was their father. She delivered a cutting remark about blood relation being a thin qualification for fatherhood. He considered taking the bait, then decided against it, warning her to drop the subject. She smiled, and reminded him about the surprise, which immediately made him suspicious. She told him she'd gone to see Mr. Peace at the bank, explained what happened, and showed him the original passbooks that weren't missing as Joe had claimed. That wiped the smugness off his face. He sat frozen, eyes wide, hands slowly opening and closing as she delivered the news that Mr. Peace had been upset, had checked the money was still there, and had issued it over to her when she asked. She now had every cent, and that was why she wasn't worried anymore. He shot to his feet, nearly tipping his rocker, the Eclipse viewer falling and shattering on the porch floor. He shouted that she was lying, that they couldn't do that she couldn't touch a cent of that money. She pressed further, revealing she knew he'd already spent $300 of it, calling him a thief who'd steal from his own children. His face went white, his eyes burning with hatred. She asked what he'd spent the money on, suggesting whores or poker, knowing it wasn't another junk vehicle since there were none new out back. He didn't answer, just stood there with his hands opening and closing. The boats on the reach were mere ghosts now, and she thought briefly of Vera, wondering if she was in seventh heaven yet, but she forced herself to focus on Joe. She judged one more push would get him moving, so she dismissed whatever he'd spent it on, saying she had the rest, and that was enough, then delivered a cruel jab about his impotence. He stumbled across the porch, crunching the broken glass under his shoes, and grabbed her arms. She could have pulled away but didn't want to yet. He warned her about her fresh mouth, threatening her. She explained that Mr. Peace had wanted to put the money back in the bank, but she'd refused, afraid Joe might find a way to get it out of her account too. She'd taken it in cash and hidden it where it was safe. He grabbed her by the throat. She'd expected this, wanted it. Even it would make what she said next more believable, and more importantly, it would make what happened afterward look more like self-defense. He cut off her air, throttling her back and forth, screaming about how she was a bitch, and he'd kill her if she didn't give the money back. She began to fear he might actually kill her before she could get the words out. The yard had grown much darker, filled with fireflies, and his voice sounded distant, as if everything had gone wrong and she'd fallen down the well instead of him. Finally, he let go. She tried to stay on her feet but couldn't, and when she fell, she landed on the porch beside the broken glass. One large piece remained, a crescent of sun shining in it like a jewel, but she didn't reach for it. A glass cut might not look right later. Instead, she grabbed a reflector box, made of heavy wood, though she wasn't thinking clearly enough to plan bashing him with it. She was coughing violently, her throat on fire. He hauled her back to her feet so hard one of her slip straps broke, then caught the nape of her neck and the crook of his arm, pulling her close. His eyes were wet and strange, looking right through her, and he reminded her he'd warned her about being fresh, demanding to know if she believed him now. She croaked out that she did, and he squeezed harder, making her scream, then demanded she say it like she meant it. She screamed that she did, and he accepted that, then demanded to know where the money was. She told him it was out back of the woodshed, in a jar hidden in the blackberry bushes. He sneered, and shoved her toward the porch steps, ordering her to lead the way. She walked down the steps and along the side of the house with Joe right behind her. By then it was almost as dark as night, and when they reached the shed, she stopped and pointed up at the sky, exclaiming at the stars visible in the daytime, the Big Dipper clear as a winter's night. Gave her goosebumps, but Joe didn't care, shoving her hard and warning her to stop stalling. She started walking again. Their shadows had disappeared entirely, and the white rock where she and Selena had sat stood out like a spotlight in the strange, gloomy light. Distances had become hard to judge, and the blackberry bushes, with just one big smear with fireflies dancing in front of them. Vera had warned her repeatedly that looking directly at the eclipse could burn her retinas or even blind her. Yet Dolores couldn't resist turning her head for a quick glance over her shoulder, any more than Lot's wife could resist looking back at Sodom. What she saw had stayed in her memory, ever since hardly a day passed without her thinking of that sight. The sky was a deep royal purple, and hanging above the reach was what looked like a giant black pupil with a gauzy veil of fire spread around it, a thin crescent of sun still glowing like molten gold on one side. She knew she shouldn't look, but once she had, she couldn't look away. It felt as though that inside eye had somehow escaped her, floating up into the sky to watch how she would fare, only it was so much bigger and blacker than she'd ever imagined. She probably would have stared until she went blind, but Joe shoved her into the shed wall, snapping her out of it. A great blue spot hung before her eyes, the kind left by a camera flash, and she thought that if she'd burned her retinas and had to see that for the rest of her life, it would serve her right no more than the mark Cain had to bear. They walked past the white rock, Joe right behind her, holding the neck of her dress. Her slip was sliding down on the side where the strap had broken. Everything looked off-kilter in the strange darkness. The end of the shed just a dark shape like a hole cut in the sky. He pushed her toward the blackberry patch, and when a thorn pricked her calf, she remembered she'd forgotten to wear jeans. It made her wonder what else she'd forgotten, but it was too late now. She saw the little scrap of cloth marking where the well cap lay beneath it, then tore out of his grip and plunged into the brambles. He bellowed after her, crashing through the bushes as he pursued. She felt his hand grab for her dress, almost catching her, but she jerked free and kept going. Her slip kept hooking on the brambles, unraveling a long strip and tearing at her legs until she was bloody from knees to ankles, though she wouldn't notice until much later. He grabbed at her arm and she yanked free again. Then he caught the trailing strip of her slip floating out behind her like a bridle train, but the old fabric tore away. She heard him curse, breathless and high-pitched, as the brambles snapped and whipped around him. The darkness was absolute now, and the handkerchief she tied up was no help at all. She saw the edge of the well cap, just a glimmer of white in the darkness ahead, and she jumped with all her might, just clearing it. She didn't see him step onto it, but she heard the loud crack of breaking boards, followed not by a holler, but by a scream like a rabbit caught in a snare. She turned and saw a big hole in the middle of the cap. Joe's head was sticking out, his hands gripping one of the smashed boards, bleeding, a thin thread of blood running from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were huge. He pleaded with her to help him out before he fell all the way in. She just stood there, and after a few seconds his eyes changed as understanding dawned. She had never been so scared as she was in that moment, standing on the far side of the well cap, staring at him with that black sun in the sky to the west. She'd forgotten her jeans, and he hadn't fallen in like he was supposed to. Everything seemed to have gone wrong. He called her a bitch and started clawing his way up. She told herself to run, but her legs wouldn't move. She realized that if you try to kill someone on an island, you'd better do a good job if you don't. There's nowhere to run. She heard his fingernails scratching splinters from the old board as he pulled himself up, hand over hand. Then the board snapped under his weight, and he dropped, so fast he seemed to vanish. There was nothing left but a saggy gray square of wood, with a ragged black hole in the middle, fireflies zipping over it. He screamed again going down, the sound echoing off the well's sides, followed by a thud, and then nothing. She knelt on the ground, hugging her arms across her middle, waiting. Some time passed, and the last light went out of the day. The total eclipse had come, and it was dark as night. No sound came from the well, but a little breeze carried a dank, coppery smell toward her, making her shiver. She saw her torn slip hanging down and pulled it off, bundling it beside her, when suddenly she thought of the little girl again and saw her clearly, down on her knees looking under her bed. She realized the girl was unhappy, smelling that same coppery smell, only it wasn't from the well. It had something to do with her father. Then it seemed the girl looked around and saw her, understood she was being watched by a woman who'd just killed her husband. The girl spoke in her mind, asking who she was. Before she could answer, a long, wavering scream came from the well, calling her name. Her blood froze, her heart stopped, and restarted with a jolt. She told herself it was just her imagination, the little girl and the scream both hallucinations, but more time passed, and she didn't believe it. Joe's voice drifted up again, crying for help, and she groaned, putting her hands over her face. It was no use pretending. She stumbled around the well cap and ran back along the path they'd beaten through the brambles. She wasn't quite panicking yet. She knew this because she stopped to pick up the reflector box she'd dropped, which showed she was still in possession of her wits. She could feel the panic trying to get under them, though, like a cat trying to get its paw under a lid. She thought of Selina, standing on the beach with the campers, showing them how to see the eclipse in their reflector boxes, her soothing voice calming the frightened ones. She had to be here for her children when they came back. If she gave in to panic, she probably wouldn't be. She'd gone too far, done too much, and there was no one left to count on but herself. She went into the shed and found Joe's big 6L flashlight on his work table. When she clicked it on, nothing happened. The batteries were dead, which was just like him. She kept the bottom drawer stocked with fresh ones for the winter power outages, so she grabbed half a dozen and tried to load them. Her hands were shaking so badly the first time that she dropped her cells all over the floor and had to scramble for them. The second time she got them in, but she must have put one or two in backwards in her haste, because the light still wouldn't come on. She considered leaving it. The sun would be coming out soon anyway, but it would stay dark at the bottom of the well even after that, and a voice in the back of her mind told her to keep fiddling. Maybe if she took long enough, she'd find he'd finally given up the ghost by the time she got back out there. At last, she got the flashlight working. It cast a fine bright beam, and at least she was able to find her way back to the well cap without scratching her legs any worse than they already were. She had no idea how much time had passed, but it was still gloomy, and stars were still visible in the sky, so she guessed it wasn't yet 6 and the sun was still mostly covered. She knew he wasn't dead before she was halfway back. She could hear him groaning and calling her name, begging for help getting out. She didn't know if the neighbors would have heard him if they'd been home, and decided it was best not to wonder. She had plenty of problems without taking that on. The biggest thing was figuring out what to do with him, but she couldn't seem to get anywhere. Every time she tried to think of an answer, a voice inside howled that it wasn't fair, that this wasn't in the deal, he was supposed to be dead. His voice drifted up, flat and echoey, like calling from inside a cave. She turned on the light and tried to look down, but the hole was too far out in the middle. All the flashlight showed her was the top of the shaft. Big granite rocks with moss that looked black and poisonous in the beam. He saw the light and called up to her, pleading for help, his voice now sounding as if he were talking through mud. She wouldn't answer him. She felt like if she had to talk to him, she'd go crazy for sure. Instead, she put the flashlight aside, reached out as far as she could, and managed to get hold of one of the boards he'd broken through. She pulled, and it snapped off as easily as a rotted tooth. He yelled out in relief when he heard that, but she didn't answer, just broke off another board, and another, and another. The day had started to brighten again, birds singing their summer morning songs, though the sky was still darker than it had any business being. The stars had gone in, but the fireflies were still circling. She kept breaking off boards, working her way toward the side of the well she was kneeling on. His voice drifted up again, promising her the money, swearing he'd never touch Selina again, begging her to help him out. She got up the last board and tossed it behind her, then shone the light down into the well. The first thing the beam struck was his upturned face, and she screamed. It was a little white circle with 2 big black holes in it. For a moment, she thought he'd pushed stones into his eyes. Then he blinked, and it was just his eyes after all, staring up at her. He was on his knees, blood all over his chin and neck and the front of his shirt. When he opened his mouth and screamed her name, more blood poured out. He'd broken most of his ribs when he fell, and they must have been sticking into his lungs like porcupine quills. She didn't know what to do. She crouched there, feeling the heat return to the day on her neck, arms, and legs, shining the light down on him. Then he raised his arms and waved them like he was drowning, and she couldn't stand it. She snapped off the light and drew back, sitting on the edge of the well, huddled in a little ball, holding her bloody knees and shivering. His pleas continued, growing more desperate, more awful. It went on, until she thought it would drive her mad. The eclipse ended. The birds stopped their morning songs, the fireflies stopped circling, and out on the reach, she could hear boats tooting at each other, and still he wouldn't quit. Sometimes he'd beg and call her Honey Bunch, promising to change, to build her a new house, to buy her a Buick. Then he'd curse her, threatening to tie her to the wall and stick a hot poker up her before he finally killed her. Once he asked if she'd throw down the bottle of scotch. He cursed her when she didn't. At last it began to get dark again. Really dark, so it must have been at least 8:30, maybe 9. She'd started listening for cars along East Lane again, but so far there was nothing. That was good, but she knew she couldn't expect her luck to hold forever. She snapped her head up some time later, realizing she'd dozed off. It couldn't have been long. There was still a little afterglow in the sky, but the fireflies were back, and the owl had started its hooting again. She shifted her spot, wincing at the pins and needles in her knees. She couldn't hear anything from the well, and she started to hope he was finally dead, that he'd slipped away while she'd been dozing. Then she heard little shuffling noises, groans, and the sound of him crying. That was the worst, hearing him cry because moving around gave him so much pain. She braced herself and shone the light down into the well again. It was hard as hell to make herself do that, especially now that it was almost completely dark. He'd managed to get to his feet somehow, the flashlight beam reflecting off wet spots around his work boots. Looking down there, she finally understood what had happened, how he'd managed to fall 30 or 35 feet and only get bunged up bad instead of killed outright. The well wasn't completely dry anymore. It hadn't filled up, but the bottom was wet and swampy, cushioning his fall a little. It probably didn't hurt that he was drunk either. He stood with his head down, swaying from side to side with his hands pressed against the rock walls to keep from falling over. Then he looked up and saw her, and grinned. That grin struck a chill all the way through her. It was the grin of a dead man, blood all over his face and shirt, with what looked like stones pushed into his eyes. Then he started to climb the wall. She was looking right at it, and still couldn't believe it. He jammed his fingers between two big rocks and yanked himself up, wedging one foot between two more. He rested, then groped for another hold, his hand looking like a fat white bug in the darkness. He found another rock, set his grip, and brought his other hand up, pulling himself higher. He turned his bloody face up into the beam, little bits of moss crumbling from the rock he was holding onto, landing on his cheeks and shoulders. He was still grinning. He was feeling around for his next hold when his feet slipped, and he fell, landing with a muddy squelch. He screamed and grabbed at his chest, then his head fell forward. She couldn't stand anymore. She stumbled out of the blackberry creepers and ran back to the house. She went into the bathroom and vomited, then went into the bedroom and lay down, shaking all over. She kept thinking, what if he still isn't dead? What if he stays alive all night, drinking the seep from between the rocks? What if he keeps screaming until the neighbors hear him? What if someone comes to the house tomorrow and hears screams coming from the blackberry patch? Another voice answered, sounding more like Vera Donovan than herself, bright and dry. It assured her he was dead, or soon would be shock, exposure, punctured lungs. People who hadn't spent hours 30 feet underground on island bedrock might not believe a man could die of exposure on a July night, but it was true. It wasn't pleasant to think of, but at least she could stop worrying. Sleep a while, and when she went back out she'd see. She didn't know if it was making sense, but it seemed to, and she tried to sleep. She couldn't, though. Every time she drifted, she thought she could hear him stumbling up the side of the shed toward the back door, and every time the house creaked, she jumped. At last, she couldn't stand it anymore. She took off her dress, put on jeans and a sweater, grabbed the flashlight from the bathroom floor where she'd dropped it, and went back out. It was darker than ever. The clouds had rolled back in. The closer she got to the blackberry tangle, the heavier her feet became. By the time she could see the well cap again in the flashlight beam, It seemed like she could hardly lift them at all. She made herself walk right up to it. She stood there listening for almost 5 minutes, hearing nothing but crickets, wind rattling through the blackberry bushes, and an owl calling somewhere, probably the same one she'd heard before. Far off to the east, waves struck the headland, a sound so familiar from island life that she barely registered it. She stood there with Joe's flashlight in her hand, the beam aimed at the hole in the well cap, greasy sweat stinging in the cuts from the thorns, and told herself to kneel down and look in. That was what she'd come out there to do. But once she was actually there, she couldn't do it. All she could do was tremble and make a high moaning sound in her throat. Her heart wasn't really beating, only fluttering in her chest like a hummingbird's wings. Then a white hand, streaked with dirt and blood and moss, snaked right out of the well and grabbed her ankle. She dropped the flashlight. It fell into the bushes at the edge of the well. Lucky for her, because if it had fallen into the well, she'd have been in deep trouble. But she wasn't thinking about the flashlight or her luck. She was thinking about the hand on her ankle, dragging her toward the hole, and a line from the Bible clanged in her head like a big iron bell. "I have digged a pit for mine enemies, and am fallen into it myself." She screamed, and tried to pull away, but Joe had her so tight, it felt like his hand had been dipped in cement. Her eyes adjusted to the dark enough for her to see him, even with the flashlight beam shining off in the wrong direction. He'd almost managed to climb out of the well. God knows how many times he must have fallen back, but he'd gotten almost to the top. She thought he probably would have made it all the way out if she hadn't come back when she did. His head was no more than 2 feet below what was left of the board cap. He was still grinning, his lower plate sticking out of his mouth a little, looking like a horse's teeth, some of them black with blood. He panted her name and kept pulling her. She screamed and fell on her backside, sliding toward that damned hole. She could hear the blackberry thorns ticking and snicking as her jeans slid over them. He kept calling her name, but by then it was more like he was singing to her, and she thought, pretty soon he'll start in on Moonlight Cocktail. She grabbed at the bushes and got her hands full of stickers and fresh blood. She kicked at his head with a foot he didn't have a hold of, but it was just a little too low to hit. She parted his hair with the heel of her sneaker a couple times, but that was about all. He seemed to be inviting her along, like he wanted to take her out for an ice cream soda or dancing. Her backside fetched up against one of the boards still left on the side of the well, and she knew if she didn't do something right away, they were going to tumble down together, and there they'd stay, probably wrapped in each other's arms. When they were found, there'd be people who'd say it just went to show how much they loved each other. That did it. She found a little extra strength and gave one last tug backward. He almost held on, but then his hand slipped off. Her sneaker must have hit him in the face. He screamed, his hand beat at the end of her foot a couple of times, and then it was gone for good. She waited to hear him tumble to the bottom, but he didn't. The son of a bitch never gave up if he'd lived the same way he died. She didn't know that they'd ever have had any problems. She got up on her knees and saw him swaying backward over the hole, but somehow he held on. He looked up at her, shook a bloody clump of hair out of his eyes, and grinned. Then his hand came up out of the well again and grabbed onto the ground. He groaned her name, and then he started to climb out. Vera Donovan's voice spoke, then not in her head, but right in her ear, as real as she was hearing herself now. It told her to brain him. "You ninny." She grabbed one of the stones set into the ground at the edge of the well. He clutched at her wrist, but she pulled the stone free before he could set his grip. It was a big stone, crusted with dry moss. She raised it over her head. He looked up at it, his eyes seeming to stand out on stalks. She brought the rock down on him with all her strength, hearing his lower plate bust a sound like dropping a china plate on a brick hearth. Then he was gone, tumbling back down the well, and the rock went with him. She fainted then. She didn't remember fainting, just laying back and looking up at the sky. There was nothing to see because of the clouds, so she closed her eyes only when she opened them. The sky was full of stars. It took her a little while to realize what had happened, that she'd fainted, and the clouds had blown away while she was passed out. The flashlight was still lying in the brambles, the beam still bright. She picked it up and shone it down into the well. Joe was lying at the bottom, head cocked over on one shoulder, hands in his lap, legs splayed out. The rock she'd brained him with was between them. She held the light on him for 5 minutes, waiting to see if he'd move, but he never did. She got up and made her way back to the house, having to stop twice when the world went foggy on her. She walked into the bedroom, taking off her clothes as she went, and leaving them wherever they fell. She got into the shower and stood under spray as hot as she could take it for 10 minutes or so, not soaping, not washing her hair, just standing with her face up to the water. She might have fallen asleep right there in the shower if the water hadn't started to cool off. She washed her hair quickly and got out. Her arms and legs were scratched up, and her throat still hurt, but she didn't think she was going to die from any of that. It never occurred to her what someone might make of all those scratches and the bruises on her throat after Joe was found down the well. Not then, at least. She pulled on her nightgown and fell onto the bed, going fast asleep with the light on. She woke up screaming less than an hour later with Joe's hand on her ankle. She had a moment of relief when she realized it was only a dream, but then she thought, what if he's climbing the side of the well again? She knew he wasn't. She'd finished him for good when she hit him with that rock, but part of her was sure he was, and that he'd be out in another minute or so, and then he'd come for her. She tried to lie there and wait it out, but she couldn't. That picture of him climbing up the side of the well just kept getting clearer, and her heart was beating so hard, it felt like it might explode. Finally, she put on her sneakers, grabbed the flashlight, and ran out there in her nightgown. She crawled to the edge of the well that time. She couldn't make herself walk. She was too afraid of his white hands snaking up out of the dark and grabbing onto her. At last she shone the light down. He was lying there just the same as he had been, with his hands in his lap and his head cocked to one side. The rock was still lying in the same place, between his spread legs. She looked for a long time, and when she went back to the house that time, she'd begun to know he was really dead. She crawled into bed, turned off the lamp, and pretty soon she fell asleep. The last thing she remembered thinking was, "I'll be all right now." But she wasn't. She woke up a couple of hours later. Sure she could hear someone in the kitchen, sure she could hear Joe in the kitchen. She tried to jump out of bed, and her feet tangled in the blankets, sending her to the floor. She got up and started feeling around for the lamp switch, sure she'd feel his hand slide around her throat before she could find it. That couldn't happen, of course. She turned on the light and went through the whole house. It was empty. Then she put on her sneakers, grabbed the flashlight, and ran back out to the well. Joe was still lying at the bottom with his hands in his lap and his head on his shoulder. She had to look at him a long time before she could convince herself it was lying on the same shoulder. Once she thought she saw his foot move, though that was most likely just a shadow moving. There were lots of those, because the hand holding the flashlight wasn't none too steady. As she crouched there, the strangest urge came over her. She felt like just leaning forward on her knees until she tumbled into the well. They'd find her with him. Not ideal, but at least she wouldn't be found with his arms wrapped around her, and she wouldn't have to keep waking up with the idea he was in the room with her, or feeling she had to run back out with the light to check and make sure he was still dead. Then Vera's voice spoke up again. But this time, it was in her head. She knew that, just as she knew it had spoken right into her ear the first time. It told her the only place she was going to tumble into was her own bed. Get some sleep, it said. And when she woke up, the eclipse really would be over. Things would look better with the sun out. That sounded like good advice, and she set out to follow it. She locked both doors to the outside, and before she actually got into bed, she did something she'd never done before or since propped a chair underneath the doorknob. She was ashamed to admit it, but it must have helped, because she was asleep the second her head hit the pillow. When she opened her eyes the next time, full daylight was streaming in through the window. Vera had told her to take the day off. Gail Lefske and a few of the other girls could oversee putting the house to rights after the big party, and she was some glad. She got up, took another shower, and got dressed. It took her half an hour because she was so lammed up, her back mostly. It had been her weak point ever since the night Joe hit her in the kidneys with that stove length, and she was pretty sure she'd strained it again, pulling that rock free of the earth and hefting it over her head. Whatever it was, it hurt a bitch. Once she finally had her clothes on, she sat down at the kitchen table in the bright sunshine and drank a cup of black coffee, thinking about the things she ought to do. There weren't many, even though nothing had gone just the way she'd meant for it to go, but they'd have to be done right if she forgot something or overlooked something. She'd go to prison. Joe St. George wasn't much loved on Little Tall, and there weren't many who'd blame her for what she did, but they don't pin a medal on you and give you a parade for killing a man, no matter if he was a worthless piece of shit. She poured herself a fresh cup of coffee and carried it out to the back porch, kneading the warm mug in her hands while she surveyed the scene. The Eclipse viewing equipment Vera had given her was still in the grocery sack, but the pieces of Joe's broken viewer lay scattered on the porch boards where they'd fallen the day before. She studied that glittering debris for a long moment, weighing the risk of leaving it versus the risk of cleaning it up. Given her reputation on the island, she decided, leaving evidence of a shattered viewer would raise more questions than sweeping it away. She fetched the broom and dustpan and disposed of the glass. Her original plan had been to claim she never saw Joe at all that afternoon, to say he was already gone when she got home and she'd poured his whiskey out in anger. The autopsy showing he'd been drunk wouldn't matter. He could have gotten liquor anywhere. But a glance in the mirror changed her mind. The bruises on her neck were too visible, too damning. If Joe hadn't been home to put them there, someone would want to know who had. Then she remembered her earlier comment to Vera about watching the eclipse from Easthead if Joe became difficult. At the time it had been casual talk, but now it was a lifeline. Easthead itself was out. Too many people had gathered there, but Russian Meadow lay along the route, offered a good western view, and had been deserted. She'd confirmed that from the porch and again while doing dishes. The truck being in the driveway didn't worry her. Joe had a history of twists and had lost his license back in '59. After Constable Edgar Sherrick, whose daughter had been killed by a drunk driver, had threatened to seek a year-long suspension, Joe had become careful about driving after more than a couple of drinks. Her story would be that one of his friends must have picked him up to celebrate Eclipse Day elsewhere. The whiskey bottle itself presented the only real problem. People knew she'd been buying him liquor lately, assuming she did it to keep him from hitting her. But if her story were true, where would that bottle have ended up? Joe wouldn't have left anywhere with a drop left in it. She knew she had to send it down the well with him except for the cap, which she dropped into the swill with the broken glass. She walked out to the well carrying the bottle, rehearsing her story in her mind that Joe had been drinking. She expected that, but when he grabbed her throat she'd taken her reflector box and gone to Russian Meadow alone. When she returned, he was gone, and she didn't care where. It sounded meek enough to pass muster. What she dreaded most was having to look at Joe again. But the blackberry bushes weren't as trampled as she'd feared, already starting to spring back. By the time she reported him missing, they'd look mostly normal. The well itself was worse in daylight than she'd imagined. The hole in the cap didn't look like an eye anymore, but like an empty socket where something had rotted completely out. The dank, coppery smell rose from it, making her think of the girl she'd glimpsed in her vision, and she wondered how that child was faring this morning. She forced herself to kneel and look down. Joe lay at the bottom, hands in his lap, head cocked on his shoulder, bugs crawling across his face. Seeing them finally convinced her he was truly dead. She wrapped a handkerchief around the bottle's neck and dropped it into the mud beside him. It didn't break, and the bugs scattered down his neck and into his collar. She was about to leave when she noticed the boards she'd pulled up to get a look at him. Leaving them would raise too many questions, so she threw them down the well too. Then she made her way back to the house, picking scraps of her dress and slip from the thorns as she went. She noticed bits of Joe's flannel shirt caught on the bushes but decided to leave them. Let Garrett Thibodeau make what he could of it. The accident story would hold regardless. The scraps of her own clothing she would later throw in the ocean. She was crossing the dooryard heading for the porch steps when a terrible thought struck her. Joe had grabbed a piece of her slip as she fled. Suppose he still had it clutched in his hand at the bottom of the well? The idea stopped her cold, a chill running through her despite the July sun. But Vera's voice seemed to speak in her mind, advising her to let it go since there was nothing she could do about it now. She climbed the steps and went inside. She spent most of the morning wandering the house and porch, scanning for anything else that might need attention, but nothing presented itself. Around 11, she called Gail of Fesk at Pinewood to plant the first seed. She asked about the eclipse and how things were going at Vera's. Gail reported that one of the older male guests had finally surfaced around 9:30, looking rough, and had vomited in the petunias when offered orange juice. Gail described the sound with disgust, and Dolores laughed until she nearly cried. It was the best she'd felt since yesterday. Gail said she'd have the place spotless by the time Vera dragged herself downstairs and assured Dolores she didn't need to come in. Dolores agreed, then asked if Gail had seen Joe. When Gail expressed surprise and asked why, Dolores explained he hadn't come home. Gail's voice filled with horrified interest, assuming drinking was the cause. Dolores dismissed it with practiced casualness, saying this wasn't the first time he'd stayed out all night and bad pennies always turn up. The seeds were planted. She hung up the phone, satisfied she'd laid the first stone in her alibi, but a toasted cheese sandwich at lunchtime turned her stomach with its hot, greasy smell, and she swallowed 2 aspirin instead before lying down. To her surprise, she slept, waking just before 4 in the afternoon, ready to sow more seeds. She began calling Joe's few friends who had telephones, asking each if they'd seen him. They all said no, of course, and every single one of them leaned in hungrily for gory details, but she gave them nothing beyond a mention of the argument she'd had with Joe, who had likely stormed off in a huff. She was especially careful with Tommy Anderson, knowing he'd absorbed Joe's bragging about keeping her in line. By evening, making a few more calls, including repeats to people she'd already spoken to, she was relieved to hear the gossip machine was already cranking to life. That night, sleep brought nightmares. In one, Joe stood at the bottom of the well, his face a white mask with empty coal-black sockets where his eyes should have been, begging her to jump down and keep him company. The second was far worse. Her daughter Selena, just 4 years old in her pretty pink dress, approached her in the dooryard holding a pair of sewing scissors. Dolores reached out for them, but the child shook her head, insisting the fault was hers and she had to pay, then raised the blades to her own face. Dolores woke screaming at 4 in the morning, too shattered to even try going back to sleep. At 7, she called Vera's house. When Konopensky answered, she explained she couldn't come in until she found her husband 2 nights gone now, far beyond his usual single-night disappearances. Vera picked up the extension, and Dolores told her she'd misplaced Joe. Vera's response was dry and dismissive, suggesting it wouldn't bother her at all. She then dismissed Konopensky with a curt order to do something manly. Vera suggested Joe might have had an accident, and Dolores agreed. It was possible, mentioning the violent argument over the children's money and the bruises he'd left on her throat. Vera offered her good luck and a vague promise of help, adding that good household help was hard to find. Dolores thanked her and hung up. Half an hour later, she called Constable Garrett Thibodeau, who sounded groggy and unprepared. She reported Joe's 2-night absence with growing worry. Garrett promised to check with the state police and a few island contacts, then confidently predicted Joe would turn up by lunch. She hung up, silently ridiculing his blundering incompetence. A full, agonizing week passed with no sign of Joe, and she was half out of her mind. She called Selena on Tuesday, and the girl came back Wednesday, leaving the boys with their aunt. On Thursday, Selena cornered her in the vegetable garden. Dolores knew exactly what was coming, and silently prayed for the strength to lie convincingly. Selena's question was blunt and devastating, and Dolores denied everything, blaming the bruises on Joe's drunken attack and her own frightened flight. She met her daughter's gaze, and saw nothing but deep, squalling doubt in her eyes, the same doubt from her nightmare. She admitted only to the foolishness of buying the bottle, and Selena wordlessly picked up a bag of cucumbers and walked away. That moment in the garden was the beginning of an estrangement, a cold crack in their relationship that would only widen with time. Dolores realized bitterly that everything she'd done for Selena had cost her Selena's deepest trust and love. It was a tragedy so black it sometimes struck her as bitterly funny. Meanwhile, Garrett finally organized a search. On Saturday morning, a line of 40 or 50 men beat through Highgate Woods and across Russian Meadow. Dolores watched from her doorway, heart hammering, as they pushed into the blackberry tangle. She was terrified they'd give up, but a shout from Sonny Benoit announced the discovery. Joe had been found. An autopsy was conducted that same day, and the boys were brought home around dusk by their aunt and uncle. Little Pete was confused and crying, but Joe Jr. drew her aside with a different question than Selena's. He confessed his guilty relief at his father's death, and asked if God would damn him for it. She told him feelings couldn't be helped, and he broke down, sobbing that he'd always tried to love his father but had been refused. She held him tightly, the closest she came to crying in the entire ordeal. The inquest was set for Tuesday, the burial for Wednesday, but on Monday, Garrett called and asked her to come to his office. She went, dreading what awaited. Garrett was not alone. Dr. John McAuliffe, the county medical examiner, was with him. Her heart sank. McAuliffe had a mind as penetrating as the beam of the Batiscan lighthouse, sharp, relentless, and utterly unlike poor bumbling Garrett. Dr. John McAuliffe was a bona fide Scotsman who had appeared in the region after the war. His accent as thick as oatmeal, though he must have been a citizen to hold his county position. He didn't look or sound like anyone from around here, and Dolores knew it didn't matter. She would have to face him down regardless of his origins. He had snowy white hair despite being only in his mid-40s, and his blue eyes were so sharp they seemed to drill into her, sorting her thoughts into alphabetical order. The moment she saw him sitting beside Garrett's desk and heard the office door click shut behind her, she understood that the real inquest would happen right here, in this cramped room with its Weber oil calendar and Garrett's mother's picture on the wall. Tomorrow's proceeding on the mainland was irrelevant. Garrett apologized for bothering her in her time of grief, nervously rubbing his calloused hands together like Mr. Peace at the bank. He explained that Dr. McAuliffe had questions. She noted Garrett's puzzled expression, and realized he didn't know what those questions were, which frightened her even more. The canny Scotsman was keeping his own counsel, cutting Garrett out of the loop to prevent any clumsy interference. McAuliffe offered his deepest sympathies in his thick brogue, but his eyes never stopped drilling into her forehead, and she saw no real sympathy there. She thanked him quietly, refusing to squirm under his gaze. He asked her to sit and then requested permission to smoke, which she granted. He lit his pipe, his eyes never leaving her face, even through the rising smoke. She felt herself beginning to fidget, but then she thought of Vera Donovan, how McAuliffe could stare at Vera until his eyes fell out and never get a reaction. That steadied her, and she folded her hands on her handbag, waiting him out. Finally, when he saw she wouldn't crumble and confess through a flood of tears, he began. He confirmed that Joe had put the bruises on her neck, that they'd argued on the porch during the eclipse, and that she'd left him and gone to Russian Meadow. She answered each question with a brief, and gave the argument subject as money on top, booze underneath. He pressed on the fact that she'd bought the liquor herself, but she refused to elaborate, knowing that was exactly what he wanted for her to rush ahead and explain herself into a cell. He asked about the wind direction that day. She claimed not to know, but he corrected her: west wind, 7 to 9 miles per hour, with gusts up to 15. He found it strange that the wind hadn't carried Joe's cries to her from Russian Meadow, barely half a mile away. She met his question with deliberate pauses, counting to 3 before answering each time. She dismissed his deduction, pointing out the 1,000 boats on the reach and the fact that he hadn't heard Joe's calls himself. He pressed further, describing the forensic evidence: the bleeding from punctured lungs, likely caused by repeated crying out. She responded that she wasn't the one who'd fallen into the well Joe had, and he'd been drinking. He argued that Joe had been very drunk and badly injured, and the extensive bleeding suggested prolonged calling for help. She countered that if he was going to accuse her of pushing Joe into the well and then standing over him while he screamed, he might as well call her Dolores instead of Mrs. St. George. He denied accusing her, but she could see in his eyes that he was considering it. She dismissed the idea of her pushing Joe as absurd, pointing out that he outweighed her by at least 50 pounds and that his reputation for violence was well known. She'd never corrected the island's general impression that Joe beat her steadily, and now she was glad of it. McAuliffe tried to retreat from the direct accusation, but he hammered on the certainty that Joe must have been screaming for hours, loudly enough to be heard across the distance. She met this with a cool, pointed question. Was he suggesting she'd heard the cries and deliberately turned away? His face confirmed it, and she saw the bright spots of anger coloring his cheeks, a welcome sign, since an angry McAuliffe was easier to manage. He snapped at her for answering questions with questions, and she countered that he hadn't actually asked one. Finally, he demanded directly whether she'd heard Joe calling for help. She gave herself a deliberate pause. Garrett interjected, his discomfort obvious, questioning the need to badger her. McAuliffe whipped around and silenced him sharply, reminding him of their agreement. Garrett recoiled, mumbling a retreat. Before the Scotsman could repeat his question, she answered. She'd heard nothing but the boats out on the reach. A long silence stretched between them. He waited for her to fill it, to rush ahead and explain herself into a trap, but she refused. She held her nerve, hands folded on her handbag, matching his stare. His eyes demanded. She talk, but hers refused to oblige. The clock ticked loudly. She felt herself weakening, the urge to blurt out something, anything, growing unbearable. Then Garrett's stomach rumbled, breaking the tension. McAuliffe shot him a disgusted look, then pulled out a notebook and glanced at it. Finally he spoke again, his voice flat and offhand, revealing that Joe had tried to climb out of the well. Her lower back flared with phantom pain where Joe had once struck her, but she forced herself to remain still. He described the bloody handprints on the stones and the Herculean effort it must have taken. She expressed measured regret that Joe had suffered. McAuliffe pressed on, revealing that Joe might have actually made it out on his own if something hadn't stopped him. When she asked what, he delivered the blow, a fractured skull caused by a bloodied rock found between Joe's legs, with porcelain fragments embedded in the blood. She immediately understood the rock had shattered his dentures as well as his skull. He asked her if she had any idea how that rock might have struck Joe just as he was escaping. She answered simply, "Nope," and threw the question back at him. He responded with his suspicion. Someone had pulled that rock from the earth and smashed it into Joe's upturned, pleading face. The silence that followed was suffocating. She wanted to scream her denial, but something held her back. She felt the sweat beading on her skin, her hands trembling, her nails threatening to dig into her palms. She tried to summon Vera's haughty strength, but the image wouldn't take. It was just her and McAuliffe, and she could feel herself slipping toward the edge. Then Garrett spoke up in a worried rush, reminding McAuliffe of an earlier theory that Joe might have dislodged the stone himself. McAuliffe exploded, shouting at Garrett to shut up. The outburst shattered the tension. The blade that had been tickling her face was revealed as nothing but a feather. She relaxed. It was over. McAuliffe knew it too. Garrett muttered a weak protest, but McAuliffe ignored him, turning back to her with a hard, "Well?" But she could see he had no leverage left. She repeated her story calmly. Joe had been drunk. She'd made him a sandwich. He'd choked her. She'd fled to Russian Meadow, and when she returned, he was gone. She assumed he'd gone off with friends or taken a shortcut through the blackberry patch. She held his gaze and suggested he try accepting a little uncertainty himself. McAuliffe's cheeks flared red as he asked whether she was glad Joe was dead. She deflected, asking what that had to do with anything. He didn't answer, just fumbled with his pipe, and asked no more questions. But Garrett still had one, and it was the question that would haunt her forever, the town's gossip. Why had she bought Joe that bottle of liquor in the first place? She told him the simple, bitter truth. She'd hoped a drink would buy her a quiet afternoon, a peaceful afternoon watching the eclipse. It was a confession that would condemn her in the court of public opinion, even if it never reached a courtroom. She didn't cry outright, but a single tear traced down her cheek. She believed that tear was the reason she'd been able to remain on Little Tall for the next 30 years. It had humanized her, shown she wasn't entirely stony-hearted. Without it, the whispered accusations and anonymous notes might have driven her away. She received a few of those notes, and had her suspicions about who sent them, but they stopped by fall. That one tear, and Garrett's spreading word that she'd wept for Joe, had bought her continued life on the island. It wasn't calculated, she insisted. She'd genuinely felt sorry that Joe had suffered as McAuliffe described. She'd never intended for him to suffer. She'd believed the fall would kill him outright. Garrett, flustered, fumbled for tissues and apologized for the stressful interrogation. McAuliffe snorted, announced he'd be at the inquest, and stalked out, slamming the door. Garrett escorted her out, muttering awkwardly, his tender heart unable to bear her unhappiness. She reflected that a place where such a soft-hearted man could succeed as constable wasn't such a bad place to live. The next day's inquest was anticlimactic. McAuliffe asked the same questions, but they no longer had power over her. His visible frustration and anger, however, fueled the gossip that would run on the island for years. The verdict was death by misadventure. Joe had fallen down the well while drunk, called for help for hours, and then attempted to climb out. He'd nearly made it, but a dislodged stone had fractured his skull and sent him back down. McAuliffe read his findings in a flat voice, never looking up. The key to her escape was the lack of a discoverable motive. The town assumed she'd done it to stop his beatings, but that alone didn't carry enough weight. Only Selina and Mr. Pease knew the full extent of her motive, and neither was questioned. Pease stayed silent to protect himself. The bank would have been furious if his rule-breaking had come to light. Selina, however, seemed to try her in her own private court. Dolores often saw dark, squalling doubt in her daughter's eyes, the unspoken question always lingering. "Did you do it, Mama? Is it my fault?" Selina had paid for it too. She'd grown into a successful career woman in New York, but she'd never married, was too thin, and drank too much. She wrote and called regularly, but they were duty letters, duty calls. She'd cut her ties with the island, and with her mother, and Dolores suspected one reason was Selina's fear of what she might say if she drank too much in her mother's presence. Life had gone on. She returned to work for Vera, and Selina slowly resumed her friendships. Little Pete took the loss hard, and Joe Jr. struggled more than she'd expected, with nightmares and weight loss, but by the next summer he'd recovered. The only significant change was that she had Seth Reed cement the old well shut. 6 months after Joe's death, his estate was settled. She was surprised at how easily she disposed of his possessions. Joe's friends were idiots, and she sold his junk to them for decent money, buying herself a used Chevy. She reclaimed the kids' college accounts, and in January 1964, began using her maiden name again. She shed the name St. George like a can tied to a dog's tail, but she never shed Joe quite as easily. She'd known for most of her life that being human meant making choices and paying the price. The price for her choices was decades of bad dreams, and the haunting sound of that rock striking Joe's face, the sound of a china plate shattering on brick. Sometimes it woke her, sometimes it kept her awake, and sometimes it surprised her in broad daylight. She'd hear the thud of his landing, or his voice calling up from the well. Those sounds weren't so different from whatever Vera saw when she screamed about wires and dust bunnies. There were times, especially as Vera's mind failed, when Dolores would crawl into bed with her and hold her, both of them haunted by their private terrors. Vera had her dust bunnies, and Dolores had the sound of that china plate. They'd drowse off together, each finding a fragile comfort in the other's presence, and Dolores would think about how being a bitch exacted a terrible price, but sometimes the world forced you to be one. Sometimes you were the only light in the darkness, and you had to tend that flame, even if it meant burning your own hands. She paused in her narrative to ask for another small nip of whiskey, then thanked the stenographer for her patience. She knew she'd been going at it widdershins, but she was finally coming to the part they really wanted to hear. She was exhausted. She'd been working her whole life, but she couldn't remember ever being this tired. She set the scene yesterday morning. She'd been hanging laundry, and Vera was having one of her bright days. It was unexpected, which was partly why she'd been so flustered. On Vera's bright days, she could be bitchy, but that was the first and last time she'd gotten crazy. She stood in the side yard hanging laundry while Vera supervised from her wheelchair above, her cracked voice calling down reminders about the 6 clothespins. Dolores called back with her usual sass, trading barbs about the bullshit she smelled, and Vera asked if she was being smart. She denied it with a joke about how if she'd been smart she'd have quit years ago. It almost felt like old times, having the sharp-tongued Vera back after months of confusion. Then a sudden, inexplicable bad feeling washed over her. A strange thought surfaced. The little girl she'd glimpsed on Eclipse Day, the one who'd seemed to see her, was now a grown woman in terrible trouble. She turned, expecting Vera to be leaning out the window counting clothespins, but the window was empty. She couldn't understand how Vera had moved. She'd set the brake herself. Then Vera's scream sliced through the air. It sounded like Joe's voice calling from the well, and for a frozen moment Dolores couldn't move. Vera screamed again, identifying the threat: dust bunnies everywhere. Dolores ran for the house, tripped over the laundry basket, and tangled in the sheets she'd just hung, fighting her way free as Vera's screams continued. The memory of her dust-head dream flashed through her mind, Joe's face with coal-black eyes floating in a cloud of dust. She broke free and felt her slip strap pop, just like on Eclipse Day. A powerful déjà vu washed over her, the sense that she'd been in this moment before, that ghosts were all around her. Dusty ghosts. She sprinted through the kitchen and up the back stairs, her slipping strap threatening to trip her. At the landing she expected to see Joe behind her, but instead she saw Vera waddling down the hallway toward the front staircase, her nightgown stained with fear. Her wheelchair was stuck crosswise in the bedroom doorway. She must have released the brake and somehow gotten out of it, walking despite her years of paralysis. Dolores yelled for her to stop, but Vera kept lurching forward, screaming about the dust bunnies. Dolores raced after her, clipping her ankle on the wheelchair's footrest. Vera reached the landing and stepped into empty air. Dolores lunged for her, but only caught a fold of her nightgown. It slipped through her fingers like a whisper. Vera's scream cut off with a solid, meaty thud, the same sound Joe had made hitting the bottom of the well. Dolores saw her cartwheel down the stairs, heard bones snap like kindling, saw blood spray from her head. She turned away so fast her feet tangled, and she fell to her knees. Looking back down the hallway, she saw Joe's dusty, grinning face peeking from under the wheelchair. Then it was gone, and she heard Vera moaning and crying below. She couldn't believe Vera had survived the fall. Joe hadn't been killed outright either, but he'd been a man in his prime, and Vera was a flabby old woman with a history of strokes. There was no mud to cushion her landing. She didn't want to go down to her, but she had no choice. She hauled herself up on the newel post, stepped on her slip's hem, and the other strap popped. She pulled it off, and the motion felt eerily familiar, like she was checking her legs for scratches she knew wouldn't be there. The world felt feverish and glassy, everything slippery and hard to grip. She descended to where Vera lay twisted on the stairs, blood running down her face. Vera's eye rolled to mark her, the look of a trapped animal. In a whisper, Vera said he'd been after her all these years. Dolores tried to shush her, to go call a doctor, but Vera gripped her wrist and refused. No doctor, no hospital, the dust bunnies were everywhere. Dolores tried to reassure her, but Vera's voice snapped back, fierce and dry, the voice from before the strokes. It shocked Dolores out of her panic. Vera declared she was as good as dead, her back broken. Dolores knew what was coming, and understood she couldn't refuse. She'd owed Vera a debt since that rainy fall day in 1962, and the Claibornes always cleared their debts. The question hung between them, and Dolores realized how damning it looked. Her slip crumpled on the landing, the rolling pin on the stairs, Vera's blood on her hands. Sammy's eyes were dark with suspicion, and she could see he was already constructing a story in his mind. She told herself to stay calm, to remember that the truth was on her side, but she'd lied before when it suited her purpose. She answered his question slowly, repeating that she'd been in the kitchen ready to make bread when Vera fell. She'd heard the scream and run up trying to catch her, but it was too late. She'd been holding the rolling pin when she came down. She'd grabbed it without thinking, a reflex, and set it down on the stairs when she knelt beside Vera. Sammy's eyes narrowed, and he asked again about the slip. Dolores admitted it was hers, that it had come off as she ran. She met his gaze steadily, willing him to believe the simple truth that she'd been trying to save Vera, not hurt her. The blood on her hands came from Vera's head wound. The rolling pin was just a kitchen tool. The slip was torn in her panic, but she could feel the weight of his father's stories pressing down on him, the old suspicion that she'd gotten away with murder once and might have done it again. He picked up the rolling pin, turning it over in his hands as if looking for blood or hair. He found nothing. Dolores watched him, her heart pounding, and realized she had to take control of the situation. She told him to call the police. To get help, she needed to be the one to report this, not let suspicion fester. Sammy hesitated, but the authority in her voice pushed him toward the phone. He dialed, stammering out the address and what he'd found. Dolores stood by the stairs, her hand resting on Vera's cold ankle, waiting for the nightmare to unfold. She knew the questions would come, the same kind McAuliffe had asked, and she'd have to answer them just as carefully. She stood frozen, unable to form a single word of explanation as Sammy backed slowly down the stairs, his eyes never leaving her. She understood what he was doing, creating distance, afraid she might push him as he believed she'd pushed Vera. The realization hit her like a physical blow. She would soon be sitting in the police station, telling this exact story. His eyes accused her silently, reminding her that she'd gotten away with it once, but this time, there was no justification. This woman had only ever paid her and fed her, and his eyes said something more damning. A woman who pushes once will push again, and if the push doesn't work, she'll find another way. She told him to go about his business, that she needed to call the ambulance, but he refused to leave, insisting she call the police instead. He stood guard by the stairs while she made the call, and she knew this was the beginning of the end. At the station, she gave a statement, carefully omitting the slip and offering vague confusion about the rolling pin. Then she drove home, almost convincing herself she had nothing to worry about. Vera had fallen, truly fallen. That was the truth. But the note on her back door shattered that fragile peace. "You will not get away with it again." Just that. But it was enough. She went inside and opened the windows to air out the musty smell. The house seemed dead as Joe and little Pete. Houses take their life from the people who live in them, she reflected. This little place had survived Joe's death, the children leaving, even the news of little Pete's death in Saigon. But after his funeral, when Selena had looked at her with those dark, questioning eyes in the garden, the life had drained out of the house like a dying man's last breath. Selena had hugged her back, but her body was stiff as a poker, and that was when the house died. Joe Jr. never felt it to him. The house was just a place where his father had ragged him, but it had been home to her and Selena, and she believed Selena still lived there in her memories, her heart, her nightmares. The musty smell was permanent now. She locked the doors, the back one so rusty she had to oil it, and realized she'd barely locked it at all in recent years. The thought drained her completely. She went to bed, put her pillow over her head, and cried until she fell asleep. She woke to darkness and a ringing phone. A woman's voice accused her of murder, warned that if the law didn't get her, the decent Christians of the island would. Another call followed, filled with filth. She pulled the plug. Beer tasted flat. Water smelled of copper, reminding her of the well and the girl she'd glimpsed on Eclipse Day, a girl she knew was still in trouble somewhere. She ended up drinking Hawaiian punch and watching TV until she fell asleep again, too weary and bruised to think straight. In her dream, she and Vera were washing dishes in front of her Franklin stove, using Vera's good Spode china. But every plate Vera handed her slipped through her fingers and shattered on the bricks. Vera warned her about being careful, but she kept breaking them. When she looked down, the fragments weren't china, but pieces of Joe's dentures and broken stone. She'd begged Vera to stop handing her plates, admitting she couldn't do it. She was too old, too tired, and she didn't want to break the whole lot. The plates kept coming Vera in the dream, still pressing them into her hands, and she kept dropping them, the shattering sound deepening and swelling until it was no longer the brittle crash of fine china but a heavy, booming report. In an instant, she knew it wasn't the dream. The sound was real. She jerked awake so violently she nearly pitched from the chair. Another boom rolled through the night, and her sleep-fogged mind recognized it at once. A shotgun blast. At the window, she watched two pickup trucks rumble past on the road. Shadowy figures rode in the beds, clutching long guns, and every few seconds, one of them loosed a round into the sky, each shot punctuated by a bright muzzle flash. The trucks weaved drunkenly, their passengers swaying with the same loose-limbed unsteadiness that told her the whole crew was deep in their cups. She caught a flash of recognition at one of the vehicles, a truck she knew, or thought she knew. She caught herself, pulling back. No, she wasn't going to name names. She had enough trouble of her own. She shoved the window up and leaned out. The trucks had reached the wide spot at the bottom of the hill, swung around as she'd expected, and were coming back up. She cupped her hands and bellowed at them, her voice cutting through the night, demanding they clear out so people could sleep. Startled, one of the trucks swerved hard and nearly ditched itself, the man standing in the bed of the one she'd thought she recognized going headlong over the cab and out of sight. A voice from one of the trucks flung words back at her, ugly, accusing words that named her as a murderer before a few more shots were fired into the air. The gesture felt more like a display of bravado than a genuine threat. They didn't circle back, just kept their engines roaring and their tailpipes backfiring as they sped off toward town. The encounter broke something loose in her. The fear and weepiness drained away, replaced by a clean, sharp anger, but a thinking anger, one that refused to boil over into mindlessness. She steadied herself by recalling Sammy Marchant's face, the dark suspicion in his eyes as they'd moved between her and the rolling pin on those stairs. She'd known she would have to go back down to the station, but it was only after that truck had rattled away that she stopped pretending she could still pick and choose what to reveal. Everything had to come out. She went back to bed and slept soundly until nearly 9, the latest she'd slept since before she was married, as though her body had been storing up energy for the long night of talking ahead. When she woke, she meant to get on with it at once, but something intervened before she could leave the house. After a bath, she reconnected the telephone, no longer afraid of name-callers now that daylight had burned away the shadows of her dream. The phone rang almost immediately, and she snatched it up ready to give an earful to whichever anonymous coward was on the other end. Instead, a woman's voice asked for Ms. Claiborne. The phrasing, the long-distance echo, it wasn't anyone from the island. She confirmed she was speaking. The caller announced the office of Alan Greenbush was calling. The name didn't land at first, even though she knew it from somewhere. She asked what it concerned. A pause. Then the woman said it was about Vera Donovan, and the name clicked into place. Greenbush, the New York man who sent those padded registered envelopes. She said she'd hold. The wait stretched, every second pulling taut, and in the silence a new worry took shape. Maybe it was about those times she'd signed Vera's name. Maybe they'd found her out. Then he came on. He confirmed his identity. She told him who she was. He'd been notified of Vera's death the previous afternoon, he said, and had waited until morning to call. Then he explained that Vera had written him 5 years ago, instructing him to deliver certain information about her estate within 24 hours of her passing. That letter had been her last written communication with him, though they'd spoken on the phone many times since. She demanded he stop beating around the bush and tell her what he meant. He did, except for a modest bequest to an orphanage. She was Vera's sole beneficiary. The words hit her like a physical blow. Her tongue locked to the roof of her mouth, and all she could think of was how Vera had eventually cottoned to the vacuum cleaner trick. He added that she'd receive a confirming telegram later, and that Vera had been emphatic about this arrangement. She agreed Vera could indeed be emphatic. He started in on how grief-stricken he assumed she was, how she would now be a wealthy woman, how he would assist her with anything she needed. She cut him off, her voice cracking, and asked the figure point blank. She knew Vera had money. The house, the cars, the stock transfer forms she'd occasionally glimpsed in those registered mailings. Selling shares of Upjohn, buying Mississippi Valley Light and Power. That wasn't the path to the poorhouse. But she wasn't asking for herself. She needed to know the damage, because every dollar Vera left her would stoke the whispers that she'd murdered her employer. She'd guessed perhaps 60 or 70,000, maybe less after the orphanage got its cut. Something else gnawed at her, a wrongness she couldn't locate like the name Greenbush had been before his secretary connected it. His reply was a garbled blur that seemed to contain the word million. She asked him to repeat it. He said 30 million. Her hand on the phone went numb, her feet tingling, the world turning glass brittle around her. She heard herself apologizing, heard herself say the connection was bad, that she thought she'd heard him say, million. And then she laughed, a hollow, fake sound that even she didn't believe. He confirmed it, and she caught the barely suppressed thrill in his voice. He was excited, relishing her flustered reaction, the way someone handing out a fortune might enjoy watching a poor woman's mind reel. She said she didn't get it. He said he understood the sum would take getting used to. When she pressed him again, he chuckled, and she imagined planting her boot square in his backside if he were in reach. He repeated the figure, and she kept gripping the receiver, terrified that her hand would go completely numb and send it clattering to the floor. A spiral of panic wound through her skull, and the words, $30 million, became meaningless sounds. Her mind scrabbled for an image to attach to them, and found only a cartoonish vault from the comic books Joe Jr. used to read to little Pete, a vast room of coins and bills. But instead of a wealthy duck splashing through it, she saw herself in bedroom slippers, absurd and out of place. Then that picture dissolved, replaced by Sammy Marchant's dark, questioning eyes, shifting from the rolling pin to her face and back again, so like Selena's gaze in the garden. The anonymous caller's voice returned to her, speaking of decent Christians and murderers. She imagined what those people would say when they learned Vera's death had made her a multimillionaire, and that thought nearly drove her over the edge. She shouted into the phone, half hysterical, that he couldn't do this. He couldn't make her take the money. On the other end, Greenbush claimed he couldn't hear her properly. The connection must be faulty. She wasn't surprised. A man like him, hearing someone refuse a fortune, would assume the equipment had malfunctioned. She was about to repeat herself, to insist he give every cent to the orphanage, when comprehension crashed down on her with the force of a falling load of bricks. "Donald and Helga," she blurted, and heard her own voice, as if from a game show contestant's final triumphant guess. Greenbush sounded cautious, asking her pardon. She insisted the money belonged to Vera's children, not to a jumped-up housekeeper. A long silence stretched on the line, long enough that she thought they'd been disconnected. She felt faint, and was almost relieved by the idea. Then Greenbush spoke again, his voice flat and strange. She didn't know. She demanded to know what he meant, listing off all she knew: the son in Arizona with his real estate company, the daughter designing dresses in San Francisco. But even as she spoke, her own words started to crumble. The trade name on Vera's paperback historical novels had been Golden West, and Vera had been born in a small town called Gaylord, Missouri. The name she'd wrapped her children's lives in had been borrowed from cheap books and her own hometown. Her certainty began to buckle. Greenbush mentioned Michael Donovan's accident when Donald was 15 and Helga 13, and the bad feeling that had followed between Vera and the children. She remembered now the kids' quietness that summer, the argument Jimmy DeWitt had described at the harbor side just after the 4th of July in '61, and the way Donald and Helga had left the next day. Greenbush confirmed it, adding that he'd heard from Ken Opensky what the argument was about. Donald had gotten his license and a Corvette for his birthday, and Helga had demanded a car too. Vera had explained the impracticality, but Helga had countered that in Maine she could get a license at 14, which she was. She asked Greenbush if the car had been a Corvette. He confirmed it, and asked how she knew. She muttered that she must have seen a picture, but her mind was elsewhere, hearing Vera's dying words again, tired of watching them winch that Corvette out of the quarry in the moonlight, watching the water run from the passenger window. Greenbush explained that Donald and Helga had died in that car in October 1961, nearly a year to the day after their father's death. The girl had been driving, both of them drunk, the car doing over 100 miles an hour, when it missed a turn and plunged into the quarry. They were likely dead before the car sank. He kept talking, but she barely heard him. The blanks were filling themselves in faster than she could follow, and she realized with a sickening lurch that some part of her must have known all along. Greenbush called it an accident, but she knew more about accidents than he did, and Vera had known too, had known that the argument that summer hadn't really been about licenses or cars, that had only been the surface, the handiest bone to pick. The real dispute, she suspected, had been about what happened to Michael Donovan the year before. She thought of Vera and Konopensky, and of Selina the way a family could hold pieces of a puzzle the law never saw. She tried to recall how Donald and Helga had looked at their mother that summer, whether their eyes had held that same dark, questioning quality she'd seen in Selina's face in the garden. She couldn't picture it, and wasn't sure she wanted to. 16 was too young for a boy like Don to have that license, and that hot car was a recipe for disaster. Vera had known it, must have been terrified. She might have hated her husband, but she loved her son as fiercely as life itself. Yet she'd given him the keys anyway, and Helga's too, and the only explanation that made sense was guilt. Maybe fear had been part of it. Perhaps the children had been able to blackmail her over their father's death, but she didn't really want to believe that. And yet, in a world where a man could spend months trying to take his own daughter to bed, she supposed anything was possible. She said it flatly. They're dead. That's what he was telling her. He confirmed it. She said they'd been dead for 30 years and more. He confirmed that too, and everything Vera had told her about them, every story, every detail, had been a lie. Greenbush asked what Vera had told her. She thought back, and the answer came flooding in. She remembered Vera showing up in the summer of '62 looking 10 years older and 20 pounds lighter, talking about the Quaker oats Donald and Helga would want for breakfast. She remembered Vera coming back that fall, in the tense days of the Cuban Missile Crisis, saying she'd be around more now and expressing hope that the children would be too. There had been something in Vera's voice that day, something in her eyes, and she'd seen it over and over through the years. Vera's mouth had told 1,000 stories, schools and marriages and grandchildren, but her eyes had always been telling another story, the same one: they were dead. But maybe not completely. Not as long as one plain-faced housekeeper on an island off the Maine coast still believed otherwise. Standing there with the phone still pressed to her ear, she thought of Vera's eyes. Over the years, Vera's mouth had spun endless tales: schools, careers, marriages, grandchildren, but those eyes had told a single relentless truth since the summer of 1962. They were dead, yet somehow not completely dead. Not as long as a scrawny housekeeper on this island still believed the stories. Her mind leaped forward to the summer of 1963, the summer of Joe and the eclipse. Vera's fascination with the celestial event hadn't been mere curiosity. She'd been in love with it because she believed it would bring Donald and Helga back to Pinewood. She'd said so repeatedly, and for a few months that spring and early summer, the knowledge in her eyes had dimmed. She'd willed them back to life, eclipsed them back into existence, and for a while, she'd been crazy enough to believe it. She might even have wanted to stay that way, to have her children back, to punish herself, perhaps both, but sanity had been too deeply rooted, and in the final week before the eclipse, the whole thing had started to crumble. She remembered that time well: the frantic preparations, Vera's good mood through June, then the sudden unraveling around when she'd sent her own kids away. Vera had turned into a tyrant, snapping at anyone who crossed her, firing help left and right. That was when the last attempt at wishing them back had failed. Yet she'd gone through with the party anyway. The courage that had taken the flat-out guts was almost unimaginable. She recalled something else Vera had said after she'd stood up to her about firing Karen Jolander. She'd expected to be dismissed herself, but instead Vera had handed her eclipse watching gear and offered something close to an apology. She'd said a woman sometimes had to be a high-riding bitch, that sometimes being a bitch was all a woman had to hold on to, When there was nothing else left, there was always that. A voice crackled in her ear, Greenbush, asking if she was still there. She surfaced from the memory, realizing she'd drifted away from him completely. He'd asked what Vera had told her about the children, but she couldn't explain all of it to a New York lawyer who knew nothing about life on Little Tall. He knew plenty about stocks and bonds, but nothing about the wires in the corners or the dust bunnies. She answered simply Vera had told her to keep their beds made and the pantry stocked with Quaker oats, to be ready because they might come back any time. It was close enough to the truth for Greenbush, and he seemed amazed, as if she'd just revealed a neurological curiosity. The rest of the conversation blurred in her memory. She thought she'd repeated her refusal of the money, and from the way Greenbush spoke to her kindly, coaxing, she realized Andy must not have passed along any of the news from Sammy Marchant. He probably figured it wasn't the lawyer's business. She told Greenbush to give everything to the orphanage, but he said he couldn't. She could, once the will cleared probate, but he couldn't do a thing with it. She promised to call back when her mind was clearer, and hung up. She stood there for a long time, maybe 15 minutes, feeling the money like a film of filth on her skin, like bugs stuck to the flypaper her father used to hang in the outhouse. She was afraid it would only cling tighter as she moved, wrapping her up until she couldn't get free. When she finally stirred, she'd forgotten all about going to the police station. She almost forgot to dress, pulling on old jeans and a sweater instead of the neat outfit laid out on the bed, adding her galoshes and calling it good. She skirted the big white rock between the shed and the blackberry tangle, pausing to look at it, listening to the wind rattle the thorny branches. The white concrete well cap was just visible, and the sight made her shiver like the onset of a bad cold. She cut across Russian Meadow, and walked to where the lane ended at East Head, standing for a while to let the ocean wind push back her hair and wash her clean. Then she descended the stairs. The rickety ones roped off with a warning sign, but she wasn't worried about them after everything she'd been through. She made her way all the way down to the rocks at the bottom, where the old town dock, Simmons Dock, had once stood. Nothing remained but a few posts and poor rusted iron rings pounded into the granite, like the eye sockets of a dragon's skull. She'd fished off that dock as a child, had always assumed it would be there, but the sea took everything in the end. She sat on the bottom step, her galoshes dangling over the water, and stayed there for 7 hours, watching the tide go out and come most of the way back in. At first, she tried to make sense of the money, but her mind couldn't grasp it. All she could see was Sammy Marchant's face, his dark glare as he looked from the rolling pin to her, and said she'd always told him Vera couldn't walk. That was all the money meant to her now, Sammy Marchant's accusing eyes. She thought about Donald and Helga, murmuring the old saying about being fooled once versus twice, but Vera had never really fooled her, not with those eyes. She remembered a day in the late 60s when she'd realized she hadn't seen the children since Ken Opensky had taken them to the mainland in 61. It had distressed her so much that she'd broken her own rule and asked Vera how they were really doing. Vera had been sitting in the parlor, knitting, and when she looked up, the sun had struck her face in a bright stripe. For a terrifying moment, her eyes had been black pits, like lumps of coal in white dough, like Joe's eyes looking up from the bottom of the well. It had been like seeing a ghost. Then Vera had moved her head, and it was just Vera again, looking hungover. She'd said only 3 words: "We are estranged." All the made-up stories Vera had told over the years didn't say as much as those 3 words. The sound of it made her shiver. She picked over those old bones one last time, then put them aside and stood up. She decided she didn't much care what anyone believed anymore. It was all over for Joe, for Vera, for Michael and Donald and Helga, and for Dolores Claiborne too. All the bridges had been burned. Time was a reach, like the stretch between the islands and the mainland, and the only ferry that could cross it was memory, a ghost ship that would disappear if you wanted it to. As she turned back to the rickety stairs, the same words came to her that had come when Joe snaked his arm out of the well and nearly pulled her in with him. She had digged a pit for her enemies and fallen into it herself. It had finally happened, and she'd always known it would. It just took her a little longer to fall into hers than it had taken Joe. Vera had a pit to fall into too, and if she had anything to be grateful for, it was that she hadn't had to dream her children back to life like Vera did. Though sometimes, when she heard Selina's words slurring on the phone, she wondered if any of them ever escaped the pain and sorrow of their lives. She couldn't fool Selina's shame on her. She told herself she'd take what she could and grit her teeth until it looked like a grin, as she always had. She kept in mind that 2 of her 3 children still lived, that they'd succeeded beyond anything anyone on Little Tall would have expected when they were babies. Success beyond what they might have achieved if their no-good father hadn't had his accident on that July afternoon in 1963. Life wasn't an either-or proposition, and if she ever forgot to be thankful that her girl and one of her boys lived while Vera's children died, she'd have to answer for ingratitude before the throne of the Almighty. She had enough on her conscience, and probably on her soul already, but she wanted them to hear this above all. Everything she'd done for love. The love a mother feels for her children was the strongest in the world, and the deadliest. There was no bitch on earth like a mother frightened for her kids. As she reached the top of the steps, and stood on the landing inside the guard rope, looking out to sea, she thought of her dream Vera handing her plates, and her dropping them, each one shattering. She thought of the sound the rock had made when it struck Joe's face, and how that sound and the sound of breaking china were one and the same. But mostly she thought about Vera and herself, 2 bitches living on a little chunk of rock off the Maine coast, sharing the last years in that big house. She remembered how they'd slept together when the older one was scared, how they'd passed the years bickering and fooling each other, each one delighted when she won a round. She thought of Vera when the dust bunnies had her cornered, how she'd scream and tremble like an animal backed into a corner by a larger creature. She remembered climbing into bed with her, putting her arms around her, feeling her tremble like a delicate glass tapped with a knife handle, feeling her tears on her neck, brushing her thin dry hair and whispering that the dust bunnies were gone, that she was safe. But she'd learned that they were never really gone. You thought you'd tidy them all away, and then they came back always looking like faces, always the faces you never wanted to see again, awake or in dreams. She thought of Vera lying on the stairs, saying she was tired, that she wanted to be done, and standing there on that rickety landing in her wet galoshes, she understood why she'd chosen those stairs so rotted even the hellions wouldn't play on them. She was tired too. She'd lived her life as best she could by her own lights, never shirked a job nor cried off from terrible necessities. Vera had been right that sometimes a woman had to be a bitch to survive, but it was hard work, and she was so tired. She wanted to be done. It wasn't too late to go back down those stairs, and she didn't have to stop at the bottom this time. Then she heard Vera again, not in her head but in her ear, just like that night beside the well. It was spookier this time, because in '63 Vera had at least been alive. The voice was haughty and challenging, asking what she could be thinking about. Vera said she'd paid a higher price, but she'd lived with the bargain. When the dust bunnies and the dreams of what could have been were all she had, she'd taken the dreams and made them her own. The dust bunnies might have gotten her in the end, but she'd lived with them for years. Now it was Dolores's turn to deal with her own. But if she'd lost the guts, she'd had the day she told Vera that firing the Jolander girl was a boogery thing to do, then she should go on and jump. Without her guts, she was just another stupid old woman. She drew back and looked around, but there was only Easthead, dark and wet with spray, and no one in sight. She stood a while longer, watching the clouds run across the sky. She loved to watch them, so high and free and silent on their courses, and then she turned away and started back home. She had to stop and rest 2 or 3 times on the way. That long time sitting in the damp air at the bottom of the steps had put a terrible misery in her back. But she made it. Back at the house, she took 3 aspirin, got into her car, and drove straight to the station. And that was it. She saw the stenographer had piled up nearly a dozen tiny tapes, her recorder nearly worn out. She was worn out too, but she'd come to have her say, and she'd had it, every word of it, true. They could do what they needed to do to her. She'd done her part, and felt at peace with herself. That was all that mattered, along with knowing exactly who she was. She knew who she was. Dolores Claiborne, 2 months shy of 66, registered Democrat, lifelong resident of Little Tall Island. She had 2 final things to say before the recorder stopped. In the end, it was the bitches of the world who abided, and as for the dust bunnies, she dismissed them with a defiant curse. A newspaper clipping from early November confirmed that the coroner's inquest had absolved Dolores Claiborne of any blame in Vera Donovan's death. The special hearing had been convened in Machias to determine if the death could be classified as wrongful, the result of neglect or criminal action. The article noted that speculation about her role had been stirred by the fact that Vera, reportedly senile at the time of her passing, had left the bulk of her estate to her companion and housekeeper, with some sources estimating the fortune at over $10 million. 2 weeks later, the Boston Globe reported on a stunning development in Somerville. The directors of the New England Home for Little Wanderers, a 1.5-century-old orphanage, had received word of a $30 million bequest from an anonymous donor. The head of the board, visibly shaken by the news, identified Alan Greenbush, a respected New York attorney and accountant, as the one who delivered the news. The donation appeared legitimate, and the donor was insisting on complete anonymity. If it held, the windfall would be the largest single charitable contribution to such a Massachusetts institution since the late 1930s. By mid-December, the Little Tall Island weekly gossip column carried a different kind of news. The usual small-town tidbits filled the space: a local woman's bingo win, a man visiting his brother to help caulk a boat, a 90-year-old woman finishing a jigsaw puzzle and planning a grander one for her next birthday. Among the chatter appeared a quiet note: Dolores Claiborne would be shopping for an extra this Christmas. Her son Joe, the state legislator, was bringing his family home for the holiday, and more remarkably her daughter Selena, the accomplished magazine writer, would be making her first visit in over 20 years. Dolores said she felt very blessed. When asked if mother and daughter would discuss Selena's latest article, Dolores would only smile and offer a gentle deflection. They'd find plenty to talk about. The end. Thank you for staying with this story until the very end. Long after the mystery fades, Dolores Claiborne leaves behind something quieter, a feeling that certain voices, once heard, can never quite be forgotten. One of the most fascinating things about the novel's creation is that Stephen King originally imagined it as a companion piece to Gerald's Game. Both books were built around the same solar eclipse, and in their earliest conception, they were even connected more closely than what ultimately appeared on the page. That strange eclipse became more than a plot device. It became a symbol of hidden truths, briefly brought into the light. Years later, readers would continue discovering those subtle links, turning the 2 novels into one of the most discussed hidden connections in King's body of work. The book itself remains unusual in King's career. Instead of traditional chapters, it unfolds almost like a single uninterrupted confession, as though Dolores has sat down across from you and simply refused to stop speaking until everything is finally said. That bold narrative choice helped the novel stand apart from many of his other works, and is one reason readers still return to it decades later. When the story was adapted for film, some remarkable things happened behind the scenes. Stephen King had been so impressed by Kathy Bates during Misery that he reportedly wrote Dolores with her in mind. Years later, she stepped into the role and delivered what she has often described as her favorite performance of her entire career. The casting of Vera Donovan came together through an unexpected chain of events. Taylor Hackford's wife, Helen Mirren, suggested veteran stage actress Judy Parfitt for the role. After Parfitt auditioned opposite Kathy Bates, the filmmakers were reportedly so impressed that the decision was made almost immediately. For many viewers, her sharp, unforgettable performance became one of the film's greatest surprises. There were smaller creative touches that revealed just how much thought went into the adaptation. Christopher Plummer wanted Detective John Mackey to look worn down by years of obsession, and rather than relying on makeup artists alone, he personally devised the character's distinctive scarred appearance. Meanwhile, Taylor Hackford and cinematographer Gabriel Beristain crafted different visual styles for past and present, drawing inspiration from surrealist painter René Magritte and even the films of Ingmar Bergman. The result is a movie that often feels less like a conventional thriller and more like a memory struggling to surface. Fans of Stephen King's larger universe often enjoy another hidden detail. The film contains references to Shawshank Prison, creating a small bridge to the Shawshank Redemption. These quiet connections help strengthen the feeling that many of King's stories exist just around the corner from one another, sharing the same haunted landscape. Over the years, Dolores Claiborne has earned a reputation as one of the most respected non-supernatural stories King ever wrote. Its influence can be felt in later psychological dramas centered on trauma, memory, and women's voices, and many readers continue to view Dolores as one of the strongest characters in modern suspense fiction. What once appeared to be a murder mystery gradually became something much larger, a story about endurance, dignity, and the complicated ways people survive. If this retelling inspired you, I highly recommend experiencing the original novel. There are nuances in Dolores's voice, moments of humor, pain, and humanity that only Stephen King's prose can fully deliver. And if this journey meant something to you, consider leaving a like, subscribing for future stories, and sharing your own thoughts below. Sometimes the most interesting conversations begin after a story ends. Whether you agree with Dolores, sympathize with her, or see her in a completely different light, your interpretation becomes part of the story's continuing life. For now, though, the eclipse is past, the tide is turning, the island grows distant. But somewhere in the imagination, Dolores Claiborne is still speaking, reminding us that every life contains untold chapters, and that some stories stay with us because they illuminate parts of ourselves we never expected to find.